according to the Seder Mustama Balabatischkeit, the Seder is supposed to start with it's a joke, a word, it's a davar mechudesh. I don't have really any special joke or any special word, the davar mechudesh. I don't have one. I just this morning someone showed me a clip of Mustama. Probably everybody saw it, but maybe there's someone that didn't see it. Someone saw a video that was Mustama circulating of Melech Tzvibel, Mustama opening some type of Farbrengen that he was Farbrengen. And the Farbrengen, he said over, there was a Russisch Yid. There was a Russisch Yid that was by the Rebbe in Yechidus. And he told the Rebbe that there was a Yid in Russia, the Schwere Zeiten in Russia, where there was no food, there was partially no food. There were other difficulties, but there was also hunger, mamish. And as a result of that, he ultimately passed away from hunger. Partially from hunger. He wasn't an ill person. The person didn't have what to eat. And when he felt that it was already cut of kitzah, he was already close to the time, mamish, of his passing, it was Yutis Kislev. It was Punk Yutis Kislev. And Lepeil, it was the night of Yutis Kislev, Chassidim were Farbrengen in Shul, and he very much wanted to be by Yutis Kislev Farbrengen. He wanted to be by Yutis Kislev Farbrengen. But he was very ill. He was Pashas very ill. So instead, he couldn't go to the Farbrengen. So he asked they should bring his bed into the shul. He asked that he should bring his bed into the shul. He wanted to be by Farbrengen. Lepel, they brought his bed to the shul. I don't have any meifsim ending. He passed away in the shul. He passed away in the shul during the Farbrengen. And this Rosh Hashanah told this over to the Rebbe. And it was before Yutis Kislev. The Rebbe said, let's come Yutis Kislev. You'll sit by Farbrengen. You should say over the story. I heard. I think I heard it from Melech himself as well. B'shaite, but there was a clip today. I don't know what's a video of Melech of Farbrengen. I don't know if there's the Hemshech of Farbrengen. This is the first part of Farbrengen, which obviously brings out on the grace of drama how much tire it was that a chassid, by a chassid, was so ingrained in him the importance of being by Farbrengen Yutis Kislev. The idea that being by Farbrengen, there's a mol, a metzias. I have my life. There's a life that you live. A person. That's the whole yesod of Chassidus that we're talking about. That Mustafa Dafn Gavin drushes about. But the nekudas hadvarim of everything is that there's two ways of living your life. There's one way of living your life that I'm a person that lives my life. Person kichol geyaretz. I'm a person on planet Earth. Elamai. I'm a yid. I'm a chassid. I'm a Chabad chassid. I'm the Rebbe's chassid. But all of these things are in addition to who I am. This is the Nekuda Ikris. How you could be a person that maybe does a lot of good things, and Bamis you do a lot of good things. You do a lot of good things, but the shaila is, who are you? What's your emes mitzias? How do you identify yourself? With what do you identify? Who is your emes mitzias? You have this story. This story is bringing out that this yid, his identity was his connection to Yutis Kislev. That was his identity. It's not pshat. I'm saying you have to. I'm just saying the imek pshat of the story is not the pshat. You'll say he was so ibegigam to the Indian of being by Farbrengen Yutis Kislev that ad kedei kach he was willing to be meisen nefesh and go to the Farbrengen Yutis Kislev. It's a kilo angestrengt. You have a person That the pshat is, ich is sich angestrengt. I did all my efforts in order to do this or to do that or to learn some chassidus. But avada, we have to put all our efforts into learning chassidus, and we have to put all our efforts into learning nigla, and we have to put all our efforts in being a erle charid. We have to put all our efforts in doing the right thing. But a person wants to know what is your emes mitzias? What is your emes mitzias? Your emes mitzias is what's be'emes important to you. What's be'emes important to you. That's who you are. Yeah, you have a person. What he is a regular person. He's an Elam Hazadika person. He's an Elam Hazadika person. Elamai, he's a Yid. He's a Chassid. So he's a Yid. He has a Gemara. He's a Chassid. He has a set of Tanyas, all the Tanyas. He's a big Chassid. So he has the Rishimis in leather. I don't know what. Which is good. He's a very, very big chassid. He has the hairs and leather. Okay. But I'll call upon him. We're trying to bring out over here other Pashut made. That Chassidus is coming not only to give us this or to give us that. The difference between an Odom Mes and an Odom Chai is not the pshat is that this Odom Mes has chayes. Kilo Neymar, you have a person that learned something. He learned something. So pshat is, there was the him before he learned it, and there's the him after he learned it. He doesn't identify with what he learned. He is what he is. He's a person. Elamai, he has this knowledge and that knowledge. He learned Tanya, he learned Rukut Teira, he learned Teiras Chai. I don't know what he learned. He learned Shas. Who is he? Who is he? That's not who he is. That's not who he is. A chassid is not the pshat. Just like you say, you have a guf mess, and a guf mess that chayis nefesh came into the guf is the pshat is now this guf has nefesh. The guf has now nefesh. This guf, it's kind of like you paint. Let's say you have a guf, you'll paint the guf. You have nails, you paint the nails. So it's the nail. You had the nails, now it's painted nails. You had a guf, and now you have a guf that has a nefesh. That's not the pshat. That's not the pshat chayis. Chayis is the taich that the chayis becomes the mahus ha-nefesh. Chassidus discusses this a lot, but before you go into any tifkeit in yonim, yet everyone understands that a chay doesn't mean a person that's what he was without chayis, and now he has chayis. The pshat of chayis in the taich is fakert, that before he was an inanimate body, and now he's a person that has a body. He's not a body that has a person, that has a life. He's a person that has a body, and that's the bavais of a ish chay. When a person in fakert, the tachlis achayis is that you're not margish the guf. The guf is not murgish. Because the chayis is very strong chayis. When a person is margish the guf, that's a raya. When a person is gor margish eva, it's a raya and a choili. And then there's also a mitzvah of kvedus haguf. The kvedus haguf also talks in the mamorim, but you feel heavy. When a person is chay, be'emes chay, so then there's a lack of. So he doesn't feel heavy either. He feels full of life. The life has no weight to it. I'm not the word gashmis advarim. The chayis, everyone understands. So we're sitting down by Farbrengen. We say over such a story. It's a nice story. I can't say over the story so well. I mean, maybe I could say it over the well, but I could say it over better than I did. But I know I'm not comfortable making a ganze drosha from this story. But I mean, if I would be sitting maybe for a different type of elam, not such a hamish elam, I would maybe make a more drasha of it. But the nakud of the drasha, the nakud of the story is that by him Chassidus was his life. Chassidus was his life, and the Alter Rebbe was someone that was negate his life, and Farbrengen Yitzis Kislev was what his life was about. It was not something that had to, Yeah, I mean, I read I don't want to call it a sefer, a book. It's written Lashon HaKodesh. It's a sefer on chinuch. It's a sefer on chinuch. It's not a bad sefer. It's a good sefer on chinuch. And the person was like explaining what chinuch is. He's explaining, you give values to your children. So he says, I don't remember the story exactly, but somewhere or another he was speaking about how, a person did something wrong in Yiddishkeit. His child did something wrong in Yiddishkeit, and you made him. It's not really a right thing to do. And then the child accidentally broke an expensive vase, and you went out of your keilim and pushed it. So what's the pshat? What's the pshat? You're explaining to the child the whole time that the Iker is the Eibishter, the Iker is Yiddishkeit, the Iker is Teiro Mitzvahs. Lepel, you see, when the child doesn't do exactly what it's supposed to do, just say that. Masha'inki, when the child was playing around, he was a child, a 10-year-old child, running around your dining room, and all of a sudden you had this expensive vase made out of and he ran and gave it a broke. But the ganze, it wasn't the Nekudas Advarim is, where are you? I just finish off this drasha, although it wasn't like clearly planned at all. But the Nekudas Advarim is, I once heard from Adin Steinsaltz, Harav Adin Steinsaltz, that he told me, he said that there was a book, there was a certain person that used to give out a newspaper in Russia. Gave out a newspaper in Russia, a Yiddish newspaper. Now in Russia, in communist Russia, and not in communist Russia, in the Tsarist Russia, but the Tsar gave out a Yiddish newspaper. No Yiddish newspapers on the communist Russia. By the Tsar, there was a Yiddish newspaper. Now anything that was printed by the Tsar had to go through a censor. And the Yiddish also certainly had to go through a censor. Now who could be a censor for a Yiddish newspaper? It has to be someone that knows Yiddish and knows Yiddish. So they found it had to be someone that has some type of a Yiddish background. He was also the censor of all the Svarim that were printed. So he would have a Yiddish background. He's a Yid that learned in yeshiva. He learned, and he became someone that obviously the Tsar could trust him. So obviously his life right now doesn't in any way have anything to do with his life Hamol, where he learned all the things that he learned in order to know for his job. That was the person. Now a regular sefer, you'd bring him the sefer until he gives the stamp to it. Mashenkein, a guy is giving out a newspaper in Yiddish, person giving out a newspaper in Yiddish, see, he would come, it would be his job, he would come to the newspaper, and he would come out a whole day in the newspaper place to look through the newspaper to see alles beseder, that everything is beseder. And now the person that printed, the editor of this newspaper, wrote a book about himself, an autobiography about himself. And part of his life was obviously involved in making the newspaper, and part of it was also this censor that he used to have a connection to. Now this censor, he writes about him that a few dollars, sometimes a few ruble, able to overlook things, whatever. Kiminiga censors for some kitzur. He says the censor was a Yid that learned. He was a very learned person, an extremely learned person. That's what he said. He says, and there was nothing he had a shaykhus to. He had no shaykhus to Yiddishkeit whatsoever. Das heißt, he come over in Kashrus, Shabbos, Yom Kippur, garnished. There was nothing. He didn't find any zika of any Yiddishkeit left in this censor, which obviously had a very normal religious background. He says, they were talking. That's what he writes in his book. Shamaiti meharav adin. He was once talking with them, and they were talking about something or some subject, I'm not sure what. And all of a sudden he turns quiet, and he starts looking around, looking for something. He didn't know what he was looking for. Then all of a sudden he opens the window, and there was some snow on the on the windowsill outside, whatever it's called, and he takes a little bit of the snow, and he touches his hands with the snow, puts the snow onto his hands, and then he says over the name of the Alter Rebbe. He says the name of the Alter Rebbe. So what happened? He was looking for water. He obviously couldn't find any water, so he figured take some snow and wash his hands. He comes from a Chassidish background. He grew up to be a Chassid. It was in a Chassidish home, and in his house, it was a Pashte Zach that you don't say the name of the Alter Rebbe before you wash Nagelvasser, before you wash your hands. You can't say Rebbe. So he lost everything. He lost Shabbos, Yom Kippur, Kashrus. Everything was lost. But this Nakuda, that you can't say the Alter Rebbe's name without washing your hands, I don't know what to say. He couldn't get it out of his system. He couldn't get it out of his system, obviously. I don't know if he tried or whatever. This was ingrained to the very core. So what's the pshat? I don't know the pshat. I'm not getting involved, the psychological aspects of things. So there's a metzias of something which is ingrained in being who you are, and that you can't get out of. You're not going to get out of it. You're not going to get out of it. And that's really what Chassidus is trying to I don't want to say the word impress upon us, and I shouldn't use the word trying. That's what Chassidus accomplishes in us, to be able to identify as being a chassid, as being who we really are. To being a chassid is being who we really are. And Memela, so Memela, this Yid, when it came with his Kislev, since he was a chassid, and his being a chassid was something which was begili by him, so Memela, it was a davar apashit by him. I don't think he felt it was Mesiras Nefesh. It was like Ki'ilu Neymar, a person that's very, very ill. And he finds himself in the room, and the room has no oxygen. There's no oxygen. He can't breathe there. So Kamuvin, he's sick and he's in bed. He can't walk. So he'll take him out to his bed, to a place where there's oxygen. He just felt that it was Yitzhak Kislev. He has to be by Farbrengen. Why? Azay. I don't believe he could explain it. I don't believe he'd be able to explain it. Just like the Alter Rebbe writes in Perik Yud Ches, B'negeh the Mesiras Nefesh, b'shas when a person comes Avodah Zarah, Kal shebekal mepesh Yisro. So the Alter Rebbe writes just K'mei shehu davar shehi efshar klal lichbar b'avay echad. It doesn't write any explanations. There's no explanations over here. This pshat is, this is who you are. It becomes in this gala, this is who you are. At certain times, it's only in this gala. Chassidus is coming to be megala in us who we really are. That should be who we really are. If that's who we really are, so Mele, the inyanim that Chassidus talks about is not something which is like ki'ilu. This is who you are. Anyways, mzong l'chaim, mzong abis l'chaim, l'chaim l'chaim. Traditional, you sing part of a show, no? I think the tradition is that you sing part of a show, but it's fine. Yeah, I sang it before. You don't have to. Nafshei Kravale. You saw this video?
No.
Oh, so there's one person that didn't see it.
Enjoyed it?
It's a show that there's not a lot of, Melech. It's like, V'yawanein v'yesh. Sholach yadav b'shleima v'chilel b'reisei chol machmois pivu krav leibei rakum arav mishaman v'heimav Hashlech, Hashlech. Make la tzadik, v'yatam, kim teiri dem leberesh achas. V'yata elikim achas anshei damim u'mirma leyachatzo yemeyah man shay damim mirma leyachatzo yemeyah ani yeftach bo 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 Eftach bo, v'ani yeftach bo, ani yeftach bo, v'ani yeftach bo, ani yeftach bo, ani yeftach bo, v'ani yeftach bo. V'ani yeftach bo, v'ani yeftach bo, v'ani yeftach bo, v'ani yeftach bo, v'ani yeftach bo.
I imported Mendel Glasman for you.
When we imported him, where is
He
he?
lives here, but I got him to come.
It was a hard thing to do.
No. Sucht schon ein paar Chadashim kommen. He's very excited. He's down there. You see him there?
Yeah. He's all right?
Yeah.
What's he doing?
He lives here. Works in JLR.
You're rationing this, I think, Liz, yeah? It's good. So your ratio, it's
Huh?
good. It's good that you give me a
Yeah,
little.
yeah, yeah. It's our third time together, you know.
Huh?
It's our third time together.
What's the third time?
Schon verbracht 3 Mal.
Ich bin aber dreimal.
Ja, zusammen.
I'm saying,
Chaim, Chaim.
it's not as better for me to drink less mashke. Chaim, Chaim. Nope. Zalman Gopen says that drink water after mashke is like taking a shower after a mikveh. That's from Zalman Gopen's Werther. From the Grace Avedas. Grace Avedas. What we're saying now, I'm saying it's also the get of Farbrengen. It's sitting by Farbrengen. The way I say, the Seder Advarim is that by Farbrengen there are people that sit, and there's someone that speaks. It's like that's the Seder Advarim. Usually, someone speaks, and there's other people speak. But the main idea of Farbrengen is also, I'm just saying, the same main idea of Farbrengen is to get into the Farbrengen. It's not. You can hear a drasha. You can sit in a drasha. A person in heintige Zeiten, in today's world, you could have mistama. You have whatever recordings of the best Farbrengens that there were. Mistama, whatever Farbrengens from big, good Farbrengens that were very good Farbrengens. And you sit. You could sit. I remember. I still remember this. This is just now. I'm saying it. I'm reminding myself. This was, I think, Yud Beis Tammuz Chovtes. It's Yud Beis Tammuz Tovshin Chovtes. The Rebbe Farbrengt, it was Shabbos, I think, was Yud Beis Tammuz. Sunday was Yud Gimel Tammuz. The Rebbe Farbrengt Shabbos on Yud Beis Tammuz. The Rebbe also Farbrengt on Sunday night late after Yud Gimel Tammuz. I'd say, that makes sense. Ishmael Rosa was here over here so before. Yeah, I think that's what happened. I think it was together. Yud Gimel the night, it's Sunday night Farbrengen was a very long Farbrengen. The Rebbe Farbrengen till maybe 4:30 in the morning. That's when the Rebbe spoke about not coming to give mashke. It was like there was big people, the lines over there, people giving mashke. There used to be a psasei that people would go to the Rebbe, give mashke. It was a ganze Geschäft. The Rebbe was very unhappy about it. And then Yud Beis Tammuz, this was the Shabbos before, the Rebbe spoke about all kinds of things. And amongst the things he spoke about was also recording the Farbrengen. He wasn't happy about the people coming with recorders. There's an official recording. He wasn't happy about the recordings of the Farbrengen. And when he was speaking about the recording of the Farbrengen, hat gesagt, stupen sich bei Farbrengen will nicht. Whatever, I don't know, he recording the Farbrengen. Noch kommen nach Heim und trinken, I remember everything, trinken a Gläser of Juice und sich wegsetzen auf a Sapa, משהו כזה. Und dann noch sich zu hören zu Farbrengen. He'll hear the same Farbrengen. He'll hear the same Farbrengen. He'll hear the same Farbrengen. So what's the problem? Verkehrt. L'chure kann man noch teinen. Man kann auch mal teinen und sagen, when he's sitting at home, noch a glass of juice, und sitzen auf a Sapa, he hears the Farbrengen good. Been good. He's fully alert. Moshe went Farbrengen. It was pushing. He couldn't hear so well. He was not so focused. He wasn't able to focus. I mean, you could argue the point over here. You could argue. What's the problem? What's the problem? What's the problem? Derech Agav, now again, the manzach. I don't know, it sounds like above myself. I'm on my way here, I'm saying, on a plane, I heard, I'm talking to remind myself that I once heard from Yisrael Deren at the Zelt, that his Shver, this is Zalman Posner was used to come. I don't know when he would come. Yud B'Tammuz maybe. I'm not sure when he would come. It comes Yud B'Tammuz maybe in the summer. He would come to the Rebbe, and there would be a certain place that he stood. Behind the Rebbe, I think. I don't know. One year, I'm not 100% sure the details of the story. The Nekudas Advarim is that Zalman decided not to stand there, because since it was a mic, so maybe he have to stand there and push, and he'll go stand in the back or somewhere else, and over there was not a oil. It was easier, and he was able to hear anyway. So maybe he'll be able to concentrate better. Yeah, some of the Elam heard this story from Yisrael there. I don't know exactly. I think the Rebbe asked Kazanovsky, wo der Edom. Lepel, I don't know exactly. Lepel, he wasn't there. And I think tomorrow he went into Yechidus, maybe he went to Yechidus the next night. The Nekudas Advarim, the Rebbe told him, as du da Gelegenheit sich stupen zwischen Chassidim, einmal a Jahr bist du da und kannst sich stupen zwischen Chassidim, is Kilo, you're missing out the opportunity. Yeah, am I saying it right? So and so. Happens better of the mice. So what's the meaning of Stupen sich zwischen Chassidim? What's the meaning of Stupen sich zwischen Chassidim? What's the core union over here? So again, there's certain yonim where the mile is, it's some mile in. You learned something. You heard a vart, like who said, someone will speak over here, said a vart, what he heard, her vart, what was the vart that he said? It was a good vart, based on, as if mizok the magid, mizok the magid, and he'll never do tshuva. Why will he never do tshuva? Because every vart he hears, he thinks, how can I use this vart? So when a magid heard this vart, it's a good vart, it's a good vart. So someone also said, maybe I can ask, he said it. What did he say? I don't remember what he said. Is also a word. It's a good word. So you go to Farbrengen, when you have a good word, you'll go. Your wife is going to ask you, "What happened by Farbrengen? Tell me what happened to Farbrengen." You tell her a word. You have to hear a word. What was the word of Farbrengen? What was the word? All right, good. But after reden by Farbrengen, after not sagen a word, you have to say a word. You have to say a word. You have to say a word from the Rebbe. Say a word from Chassidus. You talk as well say a word. But the nekud of the Farbrengen is that you should be by the Farbrengen. You should connect to the Farbrengen. And the Inyanim of the Farbrengen should somehow or another seep into ourselves the matzav of the Farbrengen. We're not talking about the Farbrenger. There's a Farbrengen, there's a Farbrengen, and there's a Farbrenger. I know there's certain people that don't know the language. Says, let's go to a Farbreng. There's like certain people that don't know the language. So, you have to correct them. It's not a Farbreng, or it's a Farbrengen. But Yesh Leimar, that the word go to a Farbreng, is because in the word Farbreng, the emes is killed, the Farbrenger and the Farbrengen. There's two in Yonim. There's listening to the Farbrenger, which might tell you something. But be'emes, it's the ikar of the Farbrengen, is the Farbrengen. That a person should be nichnas into the Farbrengen. Avada, maybe if you have a good Farbrenger, so that Farbrenger could get the Farbrengies into the Farbrengen. I don't know if that's the right word. You have a Farbrenger that gets the Farbrengies into the Farbrengen. Yeah, that would be like a good vort. It's a vort chazer over at home, maybe. But I'll call upon him, the Nekudas Hadvarim is the Farbrengen. The Farbrengen, that we should come into. I'm saying this Yid, going back to the story that Melech said, that this Yid wasn't going to Farbrengen to hear a vort. He's coming. He felt he was his last moments. He's coming there to hear a vort. He's not coming there to hear a vort. He's coming there to be by Farbrengen. Why is he coming? What does he want to be for Farbrengen? Because in his life, he wants to. His life, the union of a Farbrengen, which is a matzav of being a chassid and connecting yourself to chassidus, is something which is negeh b'chai nafshei. So in order for that to happen, I'm just telling you right now that it's not the pshat that people are going to sit back. You sit back, and if the Farbrenger performs properly, Dave, and if Farbrenger doesn't perform properly, no late Dave. Oh, good. It's true. The Farbrengen is supposed to perform. I don't know exactly what. I'm not 100% sure what. Mustama, I don't have any notes, and I don't have any prepared speeches. I'm telling you right now, so I don't know what to tell you. But that's not Negea Herzl. Negea Herzl is that the Farbrengen is the Farbrengen. And the Farbrengen is totally in the people that come to the Farbrengen. Of course, it's totally the guy that's speaking also. I mean, I'm not. But Negea that you should sit down, and you want to sit down by Farbrengen. And you want to say a little l'chaim. Not telling you say a lot of l'chaim. Say a little l'chaim. And that's what a Farbrengen is. And the point is to want to become a chassid. That's Nochamol. This is maybe a disclaimer. I'm not really sure what it is, but it's I'm telling you what it is, the way I think. Now, since I'm coming to Farbrengen, darf doch sagen, ob es ein Wort, wie der Rebbe hat gesagt, Jud Shvat, Tovshin Yud, Asl Karta Azal B'ni Musa. And in this country, when you start off saying, you have to say, it's a Milsa Matmiya, something, it's a Chidush Dike Zach, it's a Chidush Dike Maisa, a Chidush Dike Wort. So I'll tell you a word, which to me is a Chidush, to me was a Chidush, someone showed it to me, a young man in Kfar Chabad, Zusha Wolf, showed it to me, and it's something which is not there's no stories behind it. It's just something which is a printed zach. There's in the beginning of Sefer HaMelukot, Tishrei Cheshvan, I think. In the beginning of Sefer HaMelukot, there's a copy of a mimer of a few pieces of different mamorim, which the Rebbe was magia. A few, one page I think, or 2 pages, of mamorim which the Rebbe was magia, and different types of agos. Good, whatever. It's interesting. So someone pointed out to me that there was a mimer. I don't remember when the mimer was. It says over there which mimer it's coming from. There was a mimer, but I know that it was like printed in Memtes or Nun. This mimer. So we're talking about a Haggadah that happened Tovshin Memtes or Nun. And the Rebbe writes this in the original text of the mimer, the way it was given to the Rebbe. So there's the Rebbe, it's in Nusach HaBracha at the end of the mimer, and the Rebbe is speaking about the Friedrich Rebbe and the Rabbeim and the Kislev and Sheikh Niyofar. That's in the Kudas Advarim. And then it says over there in the original text, V'neilech imohem yachad lekabel pnei Mashiach tzidkeinu. That's what it says in the original text. This is Nusach HaBracha, that the Rabbeim, I think it says over there, Kislev Sheikh Niyofar, I don't remember exactly, but the Nekudas Advarim is that the Rabbeim will come, and then V'neilech imohem yachad lekabel pnei Mashiach tzidkeinu. Good, was ist schlecht? A good word. The Rebbe takes these words, interesting, the Rebbe takes the words, V'neilech imoim yachad, the words V'neilech imoim yachad, he takes the vav of V'neilech, and he puts it to the imohem, and he doesn't take that vav, he writes, by imohem he writes another vav, and by the V'neilech he crosses out, I think, and then he takes the V'imohem yachad, and he puts it in front of the Neilech. Is Nochamol. In the original text, gestanden V'neilech imoim yachad. In the Mugadika text, is V'imoim yachad Neilech. This is our God. It's the Rebbe like fix it. It's not like something. It's not like it says it says V'neilech V'imoim. This is Haggadah. This is the original text was V'neilech imoim yachad, which l'chura is very good, and the Rebbe didn't like that text, and he changed it to V'imoim yachad neilech. Ich meine, it's sicher immer parsheni, nicht darsheni. Parsheni. What is the taich? You had a text which said V'neilech imoim yachad, and you changed it V'imoim yachad neilech. Mapshat. I think the shaila is a pashut shaila. Yeah, it's a shaila pshat. So I think the pshat is pashut. I think the pshat is pashut. Pshat is, v'neilech imoim yachad means there were people that could be neilech. We're people that are neilech. But we're not going azoi. We're going imoim yachad. We are people that are v'neilech, and we're going imoim yachad. However, we're going imoim yachad. And then there's a musik that's v'imoim yachad neilech. V'imoim yachad neilech, the taich is, before the imoim yachad, there's no neilech. It's not pshat there's a neilech before the imoim yachad. A neilech imoim, I think it's the word is like very, 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 very clear. The neilech imoim yachad means we're people that are shaykhs to go. We're neilech. But again, we're not going along, chas v'shalom, we're chassidim. We take along, look at the Torah, look at the sichos. V'neilech imoim yachad. Again. We're people, we're regular people. We're people, we're going. We're people. But we're going imoim yachad. V'neilech imoim yachad. Imoim yachad neilech, their taiches, either imoim yachad, we're not goers b'chlal. We have no shaykhs to going. Our ganze going is v'neilech v'imoim yachad neilech. Notice how much is the oimik of your connection, There's a person that's a person. He's a person. Yes. All right, I think I said enough already. This was supposed to be like an opener to the Farbrengen, like say, tell you a maveldike wort. This was the plan, the original plan. I'm sitting and formulating my plan of Farbrengen. So this v'imoim yachad neilech and neilech v'imoim yachad was supposed to be the plan. And derech agav, while we're on that page of the Hagoyes, so this person told me about this Hagoy. I didn't really believe him. So I looked it up, and it's kipshute. That's what it says. It said v'neilech imoim yachad. The Rebbe changed it to v'imoim yachad neilech. There's nothing to talk about. That was the change. What I'm saying pshat, I think is pashim pshat. I think it's pashim pshat. I don't see any other pshat. I don't see any other pshat. It's not pshat. The Rebbe wrote it. You say, well, the Rebbe wrote it. Why do you say this? He wrote this. You tell pshat. That would go in together of a pshetel. But I'm saying that the Rebbe changed it. I'm saying that's the fact. In Memele, darf man doch wissen, what's the change? What's the difference between this lashon and that lashon? That this is better than that. Yeah. That's one thing. Now, while I was on that page, I saw another word of the Rebbe. Some also you see it said over there. The Rebbe, I don't remember the exact thing, but the Rebbe was speaking about that a person shouldn't become the spoil from halamas v'asteirim. He should be able to overcome challenges. And then in a Chotzi Eagle, it says, V'kol shkein shalei lis yayish. That's what it says. V'kol shkein shalei lis yayish. The Rebbe added, from V'kol shkein shalei lis yayish, the Rebbe added, V'kol shkein she'ein mokim lis yayish. Changed it from V'kol shkein shalei lis yayish, because there's a person has struggles, and he has to work on overcoming the struggles. But the question is, when a person has an issue of yush, so you could say v'kolshken they shouldn't be misyayish. V'kolshken misyayish, he shouldn't be misyayish. Don't be misyayish. When you say v'kolshken shein makom l'syayish, it means that you're in such a matzav that the union of Yush is not something you don't do, but there's no place for it. It's a whole different, like a little subtle difference. Difference between overcoming a struggle, where you have struggles. Everyone has struggles. And you can't say there's no art for struggles. There is an art for struggle. A tzaddik doesn't have an art for struggles. But a Beinani has an art for struggles. That you can't deny that. There's a struggle. That's the struggle of the Beinani. But on the other end, Yush, the Rebbe writes, is not only something that you should overcome the feeling of Yush, but a person has to reach a point where ein mokim l'syayish. In other words, the idea of the truth of your existence, that you have the power to overcome all kinds of obstacles, is something which is so ingrained in you that the ein makom l'syayish. In other words, when a person is a person doesn't feel that ein makom l'syayish, even if he's not going to be l'syayish, he's not ein makom l'syayish. We know that there's a musik called Aveda that's the Otter Kisimen. You're miyayish. Aveda that has a simon, you're not misyayish. It's not the pshat is. And the emes is Aveda doesn't have a simon. You can also not be misyayish. You could say you're not being misyayish. You're not being misyayish. You still hope to find it. But there's a makom l'syayish. You're not going to be misyayish b'peil, but there's a makom l'syayish. Aveda sheyesh b'simon. There's no makom l'syayish. You be misyayish. You can be misyayish. You can be misyayish from Aveda sheyesh b'simon as well. If a person will declare areini misyayish, I'm misyayish. He's misyayish, but ain't makom l'syayish. There's no need for. There's no reason for misyayish. A difference in the word. Again, the difference is where are you? Are you a person that the Eibishter and your nefesh l'kiyas and is who you really are, and then that's ein makom l'syayish. That doesn't mean ein makom l'struggle. There's struggles, but ein makom l'syayish. And then I'm just saying a word of ein makom l'syayish. We're just saying we're on that page, so we're on that page. And then in that same ago where the Rebbe is ein makom l'syayish, so the Rebbe then they write in the original text, whoever wrote it, Rabbi Hill maybe wrote the original text that kshiyachlit b'tekev amasim, something like that. Kshiyachlit b'tekev maybe without amasim. There's a word kshiyachlit b'tekev, because if you be machlit b'tekev, so then you'll be able to overcome the struggles, and then there'll be no makom l'syayish. That's the pshat. In other words, everything that's said till now will be kshiyachlit, and it says b'tekev. And the Rebbe took out the word b'tekev. He crossed out the word b'tekev, the line across the word tekev. Don't make it as if the struggle is so big. I really have to be machlit b'tekev. What's pshat? I remember there was a hagah of the Rebbe. It's not what I'm talking over here. Talking a small talk over here. There was a hagah that I remember. Binyamin Klein used to give an hagahs into the Kfar Chabad. There was a tkufa. Bebeis Hamalchus, I think it was called. So there was a person that asked the Rebbe for a bracha that he should be able to lamid chazak neged the Yetzer Hara. So the Rebbe writes to him, I don't remember the exact lashon, but the Nekudas Advarim was that he shouldn't be so weak to let himself be convinced from his Yetzer Hara. Lamid chazak in the Taichas, the Yetzer Hara is very strong, and Tziyas Eilim is emes. And I have to stand strong against that reality. And the reality of Chassidus tells you fakert. The emes is a likus. And the fact that this thing is able to strut, you shouldn't be so weak as to let the Yetzer Hara and the Nefesh Abamis and v'chulu be able to overpower you. All right, we'll say l'chaim. I told you everything I know. L'chaim. Oh. It's always good to hear a shkoyach. L'chaim. Hope my beginning of my exits aren't bad. I think the first Farbrengen, Leine Chevra, was in the house that he was occupying.
Second, third, wasn't the first.
Yeah. Next to Benji Stackles, it was Benji Stack's house. Next to Benji Stackles.
Yeah, Benji Stack's house.
Where were we? Cool Baltzis. Elam Hazel.
Jama Learned by you.
That's late.
Yeah.
Das sagen wir Chaim. Ich kann andere Chaim gehen, gar nicht gehen. Du verstehst, was man sagt? Das ist eine Fiale Chailung. Yeda wa 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 yeda. L'chaim. Chaim. I've never done L'chaim. Anders geht's nicht. Chaim. There's a letter, it's printed in Ayem Yem. Alter Rebbe, when he went out of prison, Alter Rebbe wrote 3 letters. One letter he wrote to Chassidim. That letter was the letter of Kotenti, the Kotenti, which is Simon Beis, in Igeres HaKedesh. The second Igeres, that's the letter that Alter Rebbe wrote, Mi Bei, Mi Peterburg. It says it in Tanya. Then he wrote another 2 letters to the Baditcheve and to the Baruch Meshbitzer. And he wrote over there, and remember the Lashon, Tzarech Leidia, Pis Baram, K'nidot Tzarech Leidia, Leidoi. This is important to know that that happened it was B'yei Mashlishi. It was B'yei Mashlishi, Yem Shehuchbo Bekitev, that's what he writes. It happened on Tuesday. This year it's Tuesday. It is Kislev B'yem HaShlishi. Yem Shehuchbo Bekitev. Yem Hilul Rabba from Rabbeinu, which is the Magid, the Hilul of the Magid. Shekarisi Betilim. The Pasik Podev V'Sholem Nafshi. Kedem She'ischalti Pasik La'achrov Shalachrov. Is Yotzasi Mishalim B'Havaya Shalom. B'Havaya Shalom. That's the letter. That's part of the letter. It's like Alter Rebbe is writing a piece of information. You should know that this happened on Tuesday. It happened on Tuesday. Alter Rebbe is writing the Baditcheve and the Magid, the Baditcheve and the Baruch Meshbitzer. That first of all, you should know what happened on Tuesday. Very important piece of information. It happened on Tuesday. And what's Tuesday? Tuesday is Yem Shehuchbo V'Kitev. And then it happened on Yem Hilula of the Magid, Yutis Kislev. And then it happened Shekarisi Betilim B'Pasik Podev V'Sholem Nafshi Kedem Shekarasi Pasik Shalachrov. So everyone understands Alter Rebbe is writing a letter. Every word of the Alter Rebbe is the Chmeduyik B'Tachlis Hadiyuk. He's writing a letter to the Baditchever, to the Baruch Meshbitzer. He doesn't tell them things that are not really relevant. He's not going to say things that aren't relevant. If he's writing that this happened, v'chula, so obviously it's very relevant to know the teichen of what happened, to know when it happened. So the fact that it happened on Yutis Kislev, that was the Yemei Lul of the Magid, is understandable. It's very understandable. Mashaik, and the fact that it happened when it was on Tuesday. I mean, Tuesday is very good. It happened on Tuesday. L'chura might have Kemina happened on Tuesday, and then also might have Kemina that it happened after he said the words Podev V'Sholem Nafshi. I mean, Podev V'Sholem Nafshi speaks about Geula. So what is he going to say? That Lepel, I said Podev V'Sholem Nafshi, and once I said Podev V'Sholem Nafshi, I went out. So what's he bringing out here? What's the point over here? What's the point of the story of this letter? A Shaila Pshuta. Shaila Pshuta. So Yadua, this is like a very, very important fundamental idea. Very important idea of understanding what's happening over here. Maisazeh. I'm like a little bit. Am I supposed to be mebulbul by talking? I'm not sure. Not 100% sure. I say l'chaim, so it won't be mevalvel me. Or maybe they'll be interested in hearing what I have to say. If I'll say l'chaim, So I'll say dvarim hamaftiim, like things like things of interest. In other words, things that you could say without l'chaim are not really interesting. Mashenkin things that are saying l'chaim, yeah, we have soup from this side, some from this side. I want to speak about the soup, and I want to speak about the general matzav, about the soup and v'chula, and stuff with the sushi that's on the way, or that you thought about that maybe. I'll call upon him. We'll talk about it like this. We want to discuss. I want to say over. This is a word the Rebbe spoke about it many times in different ways. Part of Shalom Nafshi is something which is very, very connected to Yitzhak Kislev. We all know that the Rabbeim, they would say the Mamorim. A lot of Mamorim of Yitzhak Kislev was in the Pasuk Part of Shalom. The Rebbe himself, there's Mamorim of Part of Shalom. There's like maybe 4 or 5 Mamorim Mugoim on Part of Shalom Nafshi. There's Mugedik Mamorim on Part of Shalom Nafshi, Kama v'Kama. There's I don't know, Chav Beis, Chavov, Memalev, Lamet Ches, I think. There's different Mamorim, the Mamorim of the Rebbe, that's Muga, of Part of Shalom Nafshi. Part of Shalom Nafshi is very, very involved in Yitzhak Kislev. In other words, you come to Yitzhak Kislev, it would be Part of Shalom Nafshi. Part of Shalom Nafshi. That was Pashut. And this is how did Part of Shalom Nafshi connect to Yitzhak Kislev? Because it is a letter. Because the Alter Rebbe wrote in the letter that Ksharisi Betilim, in the Pasuk Part of Shalom Nafshi, so mainly Yotzasim Shalom Avaya Shalom. So it means that Part of Shalom Nafshi is what brought about Yitzhak Kislev. What was he trying to say? I read Part of Shalom Nafshi, and I went out. Wow, I mean, the Alter Rebbe is saying a meifas of his. I mean, to Rabbi Meshbeser, into that's the shaila. The shaila, I think, is clear. We before we answer the teretz, we want to make sure that it's a clear question. It's a clear question. The Alter Rebbe writes that it was Tuesday. He writes that it was Yitzhak Kislev, and he writes it was right after he finished saying Part of Shalom Nafshi. So one thing we understand, it was Yitzhak Kislev, the Maggid's yard site. So Yom Zakoin. Masha'ik, the fact that it was Tuesday, and the fact that it was after he read Part of Shalom Nafshi, to us is not so clear. Why is that such an important piece of information? Ad kedei kach that he's going to write it in a letter to the Maggid into Rabbi Meshbeser. That's the shaila we're asking. We want to have the shaila clear. That's the shaila. Abir bazeh ki yadua v'mavur in Teres Rabbeinu. He says azoi. Bechlal, you have to understand. This is like dumb to make it clear. The Indian. That the gilui of Teres Achsidus is a gilui alikus, which is lemaila from the gilui alikus that was there before gilui Achsidus. What does it mean, maila? What does it mean? Nor is bechlal in Welt, there's a certain gilui alikus be'elam. What kind of gilui alikus? The Eibishter created a world. The fact that the Eibishter created a world, that in itself is a certain gili. The Eibishter, it emanated from the Eibishter. Something come from the Eibishter. There was his galus. But the galus that comes into this world is a his galus, which is alachar tzimtzum, alachar kama v'kama tzimtzumim, alachar tzimtzumim rabim v'atzumim, like the Alter Rebbe writes in Tanya. The Kitzer, there's a very, very big hell and behesters to come into Welt. And the Eibush to send down a neshama into this world. And the neshama is the chelik l'kam mal mamish. But on the other hand, since the neshama comes into this world, and it comes into a guf gashmi, and a guf chumri, and we're living in a world that's gashmis and chumrius, so therefore, the gashmis of the guf doesn't relate to alikus. So einachinami, the neshama through the guf could relate to alikus somewhat, but on a very mitzumtzim level. The level of the connection between a neshama and the Eibishter is a level, because since he's in Elam Haza Gashmi and Elam Haza Chumri, so the level is very limited. It's a limited level. And then there is also the Eibishter send down the Torah into this world. And the Torah B'etzem is the Chalikus Mamish. Torah is the part of the Eibishter. But the Torah that was Nizgal in this world is only the Chitzenis of Torah, not the Torah, the way the Torah is. The way the Torah is. Bekitzer, so there's the Eberster that came down into this world, which was only the Chitzenis of Elikus. And there's the Yid that came down into this world, which is only the Chitzenis of the Yid. And there's the Torah that came out into this world, which is only the Chitzenis of Torah. Now, when Mashiach will come, shall be Nizgale in this world, the Pnimius of Elikus, and the Pnimius of a Yid. Everything will be Nizgale, will become the Pnimius will be Nizgale. The Chitzenis and the outer shell that was here until now will no longer eclipse the truth of the emes of the Eberster, the truth of the emes of Torah, the truth of the emes of Ayid. All of this will be revealed. That's all. That's what's going on. Lepel. I feel I'm saying a drosha. I'll say l'chaim. But I'm afraid I'm going to say l'chaim. I won't even say any droshas either. Not only I won't say emes, I won't even say a drosha. You have to have a balance over here. You have to have a balance. The guf ain't yochel lizbel. L'chaim. Let me say l'chaim. Maybe let me start from a different side. Let me start. I think I was here once with this Kislev. Yeah. You talking about everything I'm saying now? I said already.
Ladies, shut up.
There's I'm saying, let me say, not a shtickle meisa. In today's chitas, in the shiurim b'sefer Atanya, is Yossel Weinberg, Olav Hashalom, says over something that he heard, I think, from Rabbi Shemasman. He says over Rabbi Shemasman. Says Azoy, that Alter Rebbe, before he printed the Tanya, he wanted to have Askama. He wanted to have Askama from Rab Zusha, and he wanted to have Askama from Rabbi Yehuda Leib HaKein. For whatever reason, he wanted to have Askama on the printing of the Tanya. So he sent 2 copies to Anapoli. They both lived in Anapoli. He sent 2 copies to Anapoli. One was to give to Rab Zusha, and one was to give to Rabbi Yehuda Leib HaKein. The same shliach had both copies. He gave one to Rabbi Yehuda Leib HaKein and one to Rab Zusha. In Kanira, he didn't tell Rab Zusha that he's giving to Rabbi Yehuda Leib HaKein, and he didn't tell Rabbi Yehuda Leib HaKein that he's giving to Rab Zusha. And they were both sitting in their homes, and they lived on 2 sides of the city. And in the city, there was a shtickle river going through the city. So there was a bridge going over from one side of the city to the other side of the city. Sipur about Anapoli. Rab Zusha is sitting at home, and he's reading the manuscripts of the Tanya that Alter Rebbe wrote. Whatever. He's reading it. And he's asking for Haskama. And he got very, very excited reading it. Like became very about his pilus. And his pilus was so big that he needed to share his pilus with someone that would appreciate on what he's being spoke. He's getting ready to chveisver. He's getting excited. Marshall, I'm going to give you a dogma of things you understand, Mr. Marshall, you're sitting at home, you're reading a Teisvis, you're trying to understand the Teisvis, and it's like shver Teisvis. Mamish a kushi atzuma. You have a kushi atzuma Teisvis, and you open a mefedish and you see the taka the mefarshim. Here's this kasha. There is this kasha on Teisvis, and they answer tirutzim, but tirutzim tchukim, like very hard tirutzim, not tirutzim that you want to accept. And you're misamik in this Teisvis. And mitamol shine by their air. And you understand pshat and Teisvis. You feel that you got pshat or amiti in Teisvis. Memela al bisod of this pshat amiti, all the kushis of all the achreinim go off. Imagine sitting at home. having this feeling. I'm not imagining. I'm sure everyone has this experience on a regular basis. But you want to share it with someone. So I might say, people are younger light, they're married. And it's very important to share episodes with their wives. It's good. They come home, they tell them stories from Koil, whatever, or wherever. It's good. It's very important to share your lives with your wife. That's basic marriage therapy. To share experiences with your wife, to tell your wife about things that are happening in your life, and she shouldn't feel that she's not part of your inner life. So you have to share with her experiences. So Maisa, you go into the kitchen, you tell you this, I want to explain to you this taste and the problem, but Lepel, she says, I'm very sorry. Right now, I don't have that food. I don't have that food. So, it makes sense. You try to explain to her the Gemara, and you have to give her the background of the Gemara, and then the Shaila of Teisves, and the Teretz of Teisves, and what's the Chura Shver of this Teisves, because it doesn't share with another Teisves, and doesn't share with the Chura other things, and the Takar Achreinim is the Kasha, and Lepel, you have a new insight, and you have a deal, Koloshna Teisves, which the Chura Teisves should have used another word, and is using this word. It's mamish meidik. And she's looking at you, and she wants to share your happiness. She wants to share your happiness. But unfortunately, as much as she's trying to pretend to understand it, but the truth is still coming out that she really has no idea what you're talking about. And Memela, you don't really have that feeling of sharing life with her. And Memela, you have to call a friend. You call a friend. You call a friend, and you share with him this taste. You understand? I'm trying to give you a mushal of what's happening over here. Giving you a mushal mukshi. So today we have a phone, we have this, and that. Masha'ik and Amal, Rabbi Zusha was sitting in his room. Sitting in his room. There was a shaylev. His whole room that he lived in, there was a shaylev who was mechuy b'mezuzah because it wasn't clear what the share of Dalar Amos is. The shaylev of Dalar Amos. If it was Dalar Amos, he didn't know if it was a Sheikh Chaim Noah, Chazinish. Memela, he wasn't really so sure. Somewhere in between Chaim Noah and the Chazinish shir, whether it was Dalar al Dalar, the Mechuy b'mezuzah. It was a whole shayla. Yeah, just put it with Ara Bracha. I'll call upon him. So you understand where Reb Zusha is sitting in his room, and he's reading this manuscript, and he's so excited that he needs to share it with someone. Who in Anapoli could Reb Zusha share the excitement of reading the Tanya for the first time? Rabbi Yehuda Leib HaKein. He is a person that could understand it. So he couldn't hold himself back, because he took the manuscript and he started walking towards Rabbi Yehuda Leib HaKein's house. Now the truth of the matter is that just like Rabbi Zusha had a manuscript, Rabbi Yehuda Leib had a manuscript. And he also was reading the manuscript. And he also got very excited. And he also felt he has to share it with someone. So he took the manuscript and he started walking towards Rabbi Zusha's house. So Rabbi Zusha is walking to Rabbi Yehuda Leib to share his excitement. Rabbi Yehuda Leib is walking towards Rabbi Zusha to share his excitement. And they met on the bridge. The bridge that linked this side of Annapolis and this side. I don't know how big the bridge was. I'm sure it wasn't like the Verrazano Bridge, nothing like even the Manhattan Bridge. It was a bridge. I don't know exactly what the bridge was. A bridge, like in camp, you have these little bridges, whatever. Bekitzer, a bridge. It was a bridge, and they looked at each other, and they saw each one has a manuscript in his hand, and they understood that must be just like I got a manuscript, he got a manuscript, and they got so excited. The young got tinsel on the bridge from the Rebbe excitement of what they saw in the Tanya. I think in the story, you know the story, dort steht, Anapol hat gebrennt, Anapol hat gebrennt. Anapol hat gebrennt, yeah, someone knows this Lashon, yeah, because it steht. So that's the story. Danach, Reb Zusha said that this Tanya is the Tanya which will go to be Mekabel Pnei Mashiach Tzidkeinu, with this Tanya. With this Tanya, Mekabel Zay Mashiach. And Rabbi Yehuda Leib HaKein said that the Tanya is the trufa, is the kteris, is the special kteris for all the problems, for all the machlis that'll zayin ad bias Mashiach Tzidkenu. And these two inyanim are expressed in the way they signed the haskama. When Rabbi Zusha signed the haskama, he signed Shnaz B'duseinu. When Rabbi Yehuda Leib signed the haskama, he signed Shnaz Tov Kuf Nun Vav. Shnaz B'duseinu is Tov Kuf Nun Vav, was Tov Kuf Nun Vav, was B'gmatria B'duseinu. That's the idea of B'duseinu. This is the schol of the Gula. Mashaike Tov Kuf Nun Vav is Tanya, no weiter, Tanya, Kteris, Nefesh V'ruach. Kteris, Nefesh V'ruach. So that's the Rosh Tevis. That was the two in Yonim. And B'chlal, that's this. Atkan, I think what it says in Shiur M'Sefer HaTanya. Yesh Le'esef, that Yodua, that the Rebbe spoke about many, many times, that the Yin of Chassidus has two in Yonim. There's one Yin of Chassidus, they speak about why was Chassidus in Zgala? Because Chassidus, because right now is a Shveretz man, there was a Shveretz man then, Tach V'Tat, after the Tach V'Tat, and Yidden were Besalfus, and therefore they were Megala Teres Chassidus in order to ufminter in the Yidden. That was the Yin of Gilead Chassidus. Gilead Chassidus was to ufminter in the Yidden. So in other words, Chassidus came because there's a Shvera Matzav, Memele you need something extra. And then there's another Indian that Chassidus came because Lepeil, it's a Zman of Cain and Bias HaMashiach, and Eid Mat is Mashiach Bo, and mainly you have to be Teim from the, just like Erev Shabbos, you have to be Teim from the Macholi Shabbos, so Al Derez Lifnei Bias HaMashiach, you have to be Teim from the Macholi Mashiach. Macholi Mashiach is the Yin of Chassidus, of Pnimis HaTeirah. So that's the two Inyanim of Gilead Chassidus, which is Masim to the two Inyanim of the story of this story, Rabbi Zusha and Rabbi Yehuda Leib HaKer. Rabbi Zusha spoke about Shnaz B'duseinu, that this is the Tanya of Mikal of Mashiach. And Rabbi Yehuda Leib HaKer spoke about that the Tanya is the Keteiris for all Machlis. That's the Yin of Tanya. So we're sitting over here and we're learning, we're Farbrengen Yutas Kislev. We're sitting, I don't think the word's we're sitting by Farbrengen or Yutas Kislev. We're together. We have to sit together. We have to sit together. We have to be together. I'm saying a little l'chaim. The Elam also say a little l'chaim. We're talking about a little l'chaim. An Elam that stands from the Vitens and watches of Farbrengen. So what's the difference if you're sitting at home, setzt sich weg auf a couch, trinkt a gläsel of juice, or I think the Seder was trinkt a gläsel of juice. Sitzt auf a couch. I don't remember which one to say. I think it's a gläsel of juice. Setzt sich weg auf a couch. Und danach hört man sich zu verbringen. Pshat is you're remaining who you are. You're retaining your original metzias. You don't want to let go. You don't want to let go. You don't want to let go of yourself. And you're willing to connect to Chassidus al tzadavar hanesif alecha. Chassidus, you're willing to learn Chassidus. You're willing to hear stories of Chassidus. You're willing to be a Farbrengen of Yutas Kislev. But you want to go home the same way you were here when you came here, plus that you have a Farbrengen under your belt, they say it. I have another Farbrengen. I can say a word, I can say a story, maybe I heard a story, maybe, I don't know exactly what you heard. But this Psarinian, Masha'inkin, that a person should be willing. You know, it's brought down in Poshet, Zachan, and also in Chassidus is brought down. If you want to understand something well, I'm not sure our understanding, B'chlal, when we speak about understanding, our seichel is very mugbal dika seichel. But Lepeil Mamish, when we're talking about people that are really Bali seichel, and you have a kasha, and you want to answer a teretz. So there's some teretzim. The teretzim is that your whole kasha is made on a mistake. That's what teretz. But the real that's because the kasha was a whole kasha. It was not really a kasha. There was no kasha because your whole kasha was based on a mistake. So I told you a teretz. Maybe there's no kasha. But then there's a mitzvah of a kasha where be'emes you have a kasha. It's shver. The emes is in your shver. then all of a sudden you have to get a new insight into things, a new perspective of what's going on, to be able to really get out of this kasha. To get out of this kasha, you have to get a new perspective. To get a new perspective of things, you have to be willing to get a new perspective. If you're holding on to your original mitzias, and you're holding on to your original mitzias without bittul of willing to take a new perspective of things, you'll never be able to take a new perspective. In order to get a new perspective, you have to be willing to be mevatel your deya, to accept something which is beyond you. And only then could you really get a new perspective. To be able to take something from a Farbrengen, it's not so much what happened by the Farbrengen. It's not so much what happened by the Farbrengen. It's more how much you went into the Farbrengen, how much you came into the Farbrengen. You have to come into the Farbrengen. You have to go to the Farbrengen. You have to go to the Farbrengen. It doesn't mean literally go to the Farbrengen. You have to go to the Farbrengen means you have to come to the Farbrengen and say, I want to be a... I don't know exactly. The Mehert was Mehert. It's clear what we're talking about over here. All right, I think I'm going to say L'chaim. I don't think I'm L'chaim. I don't know exactly. It looks like I feel like I drank 100 tons already. I have to go upstairs to the bathroom. Huh? You should have a bathroom behind here. Institute. Maybe we can bring Mr. Dino. Chaim u'brocha. Du sagst L'chaim oder so? Ja, ich sag L'chaim, L'chaim. This is soup. Good soup. L'chaim, L'chaim. Saying a wine. It's all shaka. What is this? Shaka. It's shaka. It's my fault.
No, brother.
I feel like the other was like talking, socializing.
Yes.
I don't know why I have to go all the time. Strux, huh? Strux, it's lady Strux. I know him, but I'm gonna have to go out. L'chaim.
Focus to connect the day.
Ein bisschen L'chaim geht es nicht.
Guys, this is small. Bunch of 8-year-olds there.
L'chaim. Exactly. We're trying everything. We're trying up herring. We're trying up cookies. We're trying a hair. We're trying a hain. Something will happen. I don't know. The violet. L'chaim. Siyadua. I'm just saying Siyadua. These are things are known, but we'll talk about it. We're not talking. So we have to say chidushim over here. Siyadua. That there was a machlekes between the Alter Rebbe and some of the Talmidei HaMagid when they get the Eifen of the Gili Achsidus. L'chaim. There was machlekes between Alter Rebbe and some of the Talmidei HaMagid b'negeya the Eifen of Gili Achsidus. The other Talmidei HaMagid were Megalech Chassidus. They said Chassidus. They said Chassidus very bekitzer, very nothing with the hasbara that Alter Rebbe said. Well, I understand the Elam, someone knows everything I'm saying over here, but it's a good thing to listen. I'm sorry for telling it to you. It's good. I'm saying it really for myself. I'm just explaining to you that it's hard for me to talk to people that know everything I'm about to say, and it's clear from everything around them that they know everything I'm about to say. So Mela, even though the Bahamas, they know everything I'm about to say, and I really know that they know everything I'm about to say, but nevertheless, if they listen as if they don't know what I'm about to say, it helps me be able to say it. And it could also help that Lepel, even though you know everything I'm about to say, but Lepel, you hear it over again, maybe another knech, another vort. So you have to appreciate a new word, a new knech. And that's Bechlal, the secret. I'll tell you right now, a secret of learning. A secret of learning. I'm telling you, an Indian secret, mamish. That mamish, a lot of people don't know about it. And that is when you learn the same Indian over again. And you learn it over again. And you learn it over again. And I keep on going, and you learn it over again. So that's when you're going to get the oimek hadvarim of what it really is talking about. And the reason why a lot of us don't really appreciate learning, because we learned once, and we learned twice, and we learned 3 times, and we know the subject, but we don't really know it. And to really know it, you have to learn it, and learn it, and learn it, and learn it, and to get it, and then learn it again, and then learn it again. And that's the difference with those people that know how to learn and those people that don't know how to learn. The people that don't know how to learn are the people that learn and understand what they learned, and they chaza what they learned, and then they learn mafarshim what they learned, and they chaza the mafarshim what they learned, and then they go weiter, and they don't know anything. And the people that know how to learn, the people that learn and learn again, and learn again, and learn again, and learn again. Now the Emma says this type of talk is really masim to Bachrim. Because Bachrim are supposed to learn and understand what they're learning. And Memela, they have to learn, and they don't really understand that once they learn and understand, they have to go further. They have to understand that once they learn and understand, that's when they can start learning. And if they would understand that, then they would also maybe know how to learn something. maybe I'll say, I hope I don't sound, maybe I do sound negative, but I don't want to come over negative. But since Yossi Lefkowitz told me I should speak like I speak to Bachrim, so maybe I'm speaking this. But what I'm speaking to you is really that you have to learn, you have to understand, you have to learn again, you have to stand again, you have to learn. And really, really, really what I'm interested over here is that you people should listen to what I'm talking about. That's what I'm really interested in. I'm being honest about it. I'm being very honest. That since I'm speaking about things that I know that you all know about, and maybe some of you know it better than I do. Very possible, very possible. Depends how much you listen to. I don't know exactly how much you learned, how much. Possibly you know better than I do. But from deswegen, even if you know it better, but lapel, you hear someone say it again. It's an opportunity to think about it again. So it's a possibility. First of all, is the union of getting into it, and also you might hear a new emek. And a bacher or young man or a yid or a rosh yeshiva or magid shir or whatever the guy, whatever he is, he has to appreciate. And this is something also which not everybody appreciates. That a little new emek is maybe worth a lot more than a lot of pieces of information. In other words, you can have a lot of information. I heard this story and this vart and that vart. But then you had an emes of Eined Mulvade. Now how much is Eined Mulvade worth if you understand it on one level, then you understand it on the next level, and then you understand it on the next level? That word of Eined Mulvade, the difference in one level and another level is Shalei Be'erech. Shalei Be'erech. All the difference in one blood Gemara and a million blood Gemara. There isn't a million blood Gemara, but whatever, there's 2,700 blood Gemara Be'erech. Oops, noch a bissl. Bekitzer, I don't know this from the Daf Yomi advertisements. Bekitzer. So, Bekitzer, that's for my learning. But that's the story. That's the story. So Mele was saying over here like this. This is all agdama that you should listen to what we're saying over here. Not because I'm speaking. I mean, obviously I'm interested because I'm speaking. Mele is very uncomfortable to speak when nobody's listening to me. And it's very uncomfortable to speak when people have, like other people are speaking. So why should they have to listen to me? I mean, the emphasis is because Yossi Lefkowitz decided that I should come here for you to Kislev, so you're mechuyev to listen to me. I mean, it doesn't even make sense. The whole story doesn't make sense. But the mice is I'm sitting here, I'm talking, and I'm going to say over a word which everybody knows. But from deswegen, if you're going to listen, you may hear something while I'm saying over the word that you didn't think about before. Not because I said it, because you thought about it again. And the Nekudas HaDvarim is that the Alter Rebbe and the other Talmidei HaMagid, there was machlekes. The other Talmidei HaMagid said Chassidus, but be'efen very, very bekitzer. Without hasbara, they said Vart. And the Alter Rebbe said the Chassidus, the hasbara, he was masber, what's called Memalik Kolalman, what's called Seviv Kolalman. All kinds of things the Alter Rebbe was masber. What's Achdus Havaya? Why is there Achdus Havaya? What does it mean? Kulika make Kolochashiv? What does all this mean? What does all this mean? The Alter Rebbe explained it as Hasbara Mamish. And they felt that you're not supposed to explain it as Hasbara. What's the Pshat? Pshat is there's in the Neshama, there's two parts of the Neshama. There's the Neshama itself, and there are the koiches of the neshama. I want to try to explain this. Listen to me. Even though you know all this, listen to me. Not Levi. I call you Levi. I call you Levi because your father's Levi. But what's your real name? Mendel. Mendel is your name. Your name is Chana. Chana. I got it. I finally got it. Your name is Chana. I call you Levi because your father's Levi. Okay, this has been going on for years and years. This problem. Okay. So I'm talking to you, you're talking to you, the Kavasayil. There is the neshama itself. The neshama itself is connected to likus. The neshama itself, if we sit here, all our neshamas would be here. Our neshamas would tell our gufim, go home, go home. The neshama will say to the gufim, go home. Let the neshama sit here. We'll farbrengen, the neshamas farbrengen. We won't need any mashke. We'll sit here, farbrengen, we'll farbrengen ad sof. So why do we have to need mashke? Why do we need mashke? Because we have a guf. We have a guf. We have a guf, and our guf is a whole situation. What was the chiddush of the Baal Shem Tov, the chiddush Teis Achsidus? One of the yon of chiddush Teis Achsidus is that there could be a gilia neshama of the etzem of the neshama. In other words, there's the neshama, the way the neshama is nizgala in a mugbal way. And there's the neshama, the way the neshama is nizgala be'efen shalom aylim akbala. How does that happen? The am is because of the gilia. This was the chiddush of Teres Baal Shem Tov. Baal Shem Tov came and he was megala aspects of the neshama which are beyond the regular giluyim. It was the etzem neshama was nizgala, and that came through the giluy of the etzem of Teira. The etzem of Teira. We're not going to get involved with it. Through the etzem of it comes nizgala, the etzem of Teira. Through that is nizgala, the etzem neshama, and through that you become connected to the etzem of elikus. And that's what chassidus is. Chassidus is not some type of a culture that there was a person called Rabbi Baal Shem, and he was whatever. His chassidus came to be megala likus be'elam. There's the Eibishter, there's the emes of the Eibishter, and there's the Eibishter the way the Eibishter was nizgala before chassidus, and there's the Eibishter the way it was nizgala through chassidus. And the Baal Shem Tov came to be megala chassidus be'elam through the fact that he said his Teiros, and those Teiros were the pnimius of Teira. The pnimius of Teira was megala, the pnimius of elikus, and that was megala, the pnimius on the neshama, and therefore a yid felt connected. A yid felt connected. So a yid would go. A yid. Let's talk about an our world. Imagine an our world. Let's talk in Elam Hazagashmi. In Elam Hazagashmi, we have our world. We live at home. We have our world, and we have our bills. We have our wives, and we have all kinds of inyanim, all kinds of things that. And then we learn Torah, and we go to shul, and alagat. So where is our reality? So we have an Eibishter. There's an Eibishter. We believe in the Eibishter. We believe in the Eibishter, and we go to shul and we daven. But our lives are lives of regular people. We're regular people. We're regular people that are from maybe and Hasidish and ultra Hasidish and Gesha or not Gesha. Yeah, these are all the words. These are what we are. Chassidus came to reveal to us that our real identity is the Eibishter. This identity of the Eibishter is not something which is in addition to ourselves. This is who we really are. And how did that happen? That happens through the fact that Chassidus was Megala, Teres Chassidus, and through that there was Megala, the pnimius of the neshama, and through that we connect to the emes of elikus, which is the emes is that there's no metzius other than the Eibishter. So this whole idea that Einid Muvadei, there's nothing other than the Eibishter, and that's who really we identify with, is all connected. It's all connected. But this is all l'chura. This is all. I'm trying to explain this to the best of my ability. This is all very good, very good, very good. So what do you want me to do? You want me to? I'm really a person that's a thinker. I understand things. I want to understand things. B'chlal in Elam Hazeh, a reality in Elam Hazeh is something you understand. That's the reality of Elam Hazeh. Now you're telling me of some new reality. which is beyond my understanding. So what are you going to tell me? Who cares about your understanding? Your understanding is Babemaisis. What do you understand? Your understanding is Babemaisis. The reality of the Eibishter is true. You should learn open a Noim Elimelech, read a little bit Noim Elimelech, let your neshama be on fire, run to some Rebbe, and everything will be fine. I'm not really making any sense, really. I don't feel I'm making any sense. You understand what I'm saying? Zogvait. The Alter Rebbe said, no, that's not the way it works. The Alter Rebbe said that you have to understand the emes of Elikus. The emes havaya le'elam you have to understand. And it has to come into your brain. Your brain has to understand emes havaya le'elam. You have to understand that the Eivishter is B'malek Kol Almin and Seva Kol Almin and Kula K'vachashiv. Doesn't mean you have to, that's what it's. They tie it that if you want to use your brain, it's not going to work. They were tying that if you're going to use your brain, it's not going to work. If you're going to use your brain, you're going to become a choker. Chassidus is a munah. Chassidus is a munah. Munah is beyond chakira. A munah means you believe in the emes of Elikus. The emes of Elikus means you put yourself on a side and you believe. Seichel means I don't put myself on the side. Seichel means I understand. Less machshava tvisabei. The Eibishter can't be understood. The emes Eibishter can't be understood. So since the emes Eibishter can't be understood, if you're going to still maintain seichel, you're going to lose chassidus. You're going to lose chassidus. So that was the argument. The Alter Rebbe tained that chassidus has to be nimshach and seichel. And they tained that if you're going to be mamshach chassidus and seichel, you're going to lose chassidus. And the Alter Rebbe tained that if chassidus can't come into seichel, chassidus is not true. If chassidus is limited, that it can't come into seichel, then it's not really true. The emes of chassidus is that chassidus is so true that seichel can be a stira to chassidus. I'm not really explaining it well. I feel I'm not explaining it well. I'm going to say l'chaim. I will say a niggin. We'll try to explain it a little bit better. Does anyone understand? Do you understand what I'm saying? Or everyone knows what I'm saying anyway, before I'm saying it. You understand? I don't feel I'm saying it well.
Very diverse crowd. Alle shiften in kreisen.
Ja, yedawa, Du hast du at mir wie na glitz. Who's your schwer?
Springer. Some Shimons my schwager. Somebody's cover.
Chaverim, they have a connection. They still connect.
Me and Sean Bear.
So they,
I think so.
he's also in Shlichus, yeah? He's in Shlichus. The machine should have been in Yeshiva. The machine should have gone into a Yeshiva. Because he's a gich. Maybe somewhere also, but the machine for sure. L'chaim. L'chaim. I would tell you the most uncomfortable thing of a speaker when he feels that he's boring everybody. That's the most uncomfortable. I would say that's very uncomfortable. Speaking about something, you have to speak about something.
I don't know what the issue is.
I'm not. There's no issues. I'm not talking about myself. I'm talking about over here. I'm talking about Indian gerecht. There's a musik called there's a concept called with the neshama. The neshama is all of a sudden feels inspired, and we all have those experiences. We have those experiences. No matter who we are, we have those experiences. We have experiences where our neshama feels inspired. And then there's a musik where the neshama is not inspired. The neshama is not inspired. Those are the other moments of life. The Alter Rebbe was saying, Alter Rebbe says like this. We're not inspiring anybody here. We're not trying to inspire anybody. We want to understand what's happening here. There was Alter Rebbe. The Alter Rebbe was a Talmud HaMaggid. The Alter Rebbe started a new Chassidus, so to speak, called Chassidus Chabad. That was Alter Rebbe. The Alter Rebbe started Chassidus Chabad. And not everybody joined Chassidus Chabad. Chassidus Chabad was something that wasn't joined by everybody. There were those people that opposed to Chassidus Chabad. They were Chassidim. They were Chassidim of the Maggid. But the idea of teaching Chassidus, the way the Alter Rebbe taught Chassidus, was something that they were opposed to. That was the fact. That's the fact. Why were they opposed to it? What was their problem of the Alter Rebbe teaching Chassidus? Why were they opposed to it? So we want to understand why were they opposed to it. I'm trying to explain it to the best of my ability, and I want to translate it into our lives, because I don't think it's so relevant to our lives, their argument, but I think it's more relevant to our lives in other aspects of life. And that is Azoy. They said, Azoy, there's a neshama. A yid has a neshama. A neshama be'etzem believes in a likus. And the neshama relates to likus, believes in the likus. It relates to likus. Without the body, without anything else. Now, when a person finds himself in a body, and that body is a regular body, a limhazdika body, so for him to relate to a likus, he has to work milmata l'mayla. Milmata l'mayla means he's in neshama, in a guf, and he wants to connect to a likus. And maybe he'll connect to a likus. But how much will he reach? He'll reach the madrega of a likus that a body which has a neshama could reach. In other words, ultimately, it's an illuminated body. It's a very illuminated body, but it's a body. In other words, what's such a body? What am I explaining over here? He's a mitzias. It's the way a mitzias understands hechad a mitzias. I'll give you a moshel. A good moshel. I don't know if you'll understand the moshel. I'll tell you the moshel is. I don't know whose moshel it is. Rabbi says it over, but I don't know whose moshel it is. But it's Rabbi's moshel. I don't think so. I don't know. So you have a person that's really a very megushim dika person. A megushim, you know what a megushim dika person means? Megushim is a person that's involved in gashmis. He understands bread, eggs, chicken, fish. You explain to him a davar sichli. You say, I want to give you something. He said, what do you want to give me? You want to give me eggs, fish? I want to tell you a davar sichli. You don't know what you're talking about, davar sichli. What's a davar sichli? What's a davar sichli? Yeah, we have a person that's he doesn't understand b'chlal anything. You're going to tell him, I want to give you a davar sichli. He says, what's a davar sichli? So you try to explain to him. He says, tell me, what color is it? What color is it? What color is a davar sichli? So you tell him, a davar sichli has no color. So a davar sichli has no color. How could there be something that has no color? He doesn't say, what does it mean something that doesn't have a color? I want to tell you a davar sichli. He says, I want to know what color it is. I don't have a color. So in his mind, not having a color means that it has a color which we don't relate to. Not having a color means we know about this color, that color. It doesn't have a color. What should I say? It doesn't have a color? It doesn't have the color that we relate to, has a different color. Because obviously everything has a color. Obviously everything has a color. Because what everything means, things you could see, feel, and touch. And everything that we could see, feel, and touch has a color, and that's everything. Now you're telling me that there's something that's called seichel, which I have no idea what that means, because I don't know what seichel is. And you tell me it has no color. Obviously it has a color. If there's something that has a color. When you say it doesn't have a color, it means it doesn't have the color that we relate to. That's the Pashut. But the emes is that seichel has no color. Because seichel has no shaykhus to color. Seichel is a different type of mitzias, which has no shaykhus to gashmis. Mela has no color. You come to a person, you tell him, Shador Ebershter. The Ebershter doesn't have any mitzias. What means doesn't have mitzias? How can it be a mitzias that's not a mitzias? How can I have a mitzias that's not a mitzias? How can I have a mitzias not a mitzias? It doesn't make sense. What I'm saying right now doesn't make sense. You have a mitzias, not a mitzias. Mitzias means mitzias. I have to explain to you. Oh, no, you don't understand. A A Metzias Mechudeshes has Metzias. But the Eibishter is not a Metzias Mechudeshes. The Eibishter is a Metzias Atzmi. He hoya, v'heve, v'yiyah. He's the Eibishter's B'etzem Metzias. His Metzias is not a Metzias Mechudeshes. He's a Metzias B'etzem. A Metzias B'etzem has no Metzias. There's no Metzias. There's no Masters. Try to explain it to a person that doesn't understand these. He doesn't understand what you're talking about. Doesn't know what you're talking about. Even after you explain to him, he'll say like this. The only shot is, what I figured out is, that what I call Metzias is not really the Metzias of the Eibishter. The Eibishter has a Metzias which is much edler than the Metzias that I call Metzias. But I can't creak out of the idea that Metzias, in order for something to be, it has to have a Metzias. There should be an Eibishter without any Metzias. That's not Sheikhs. There's no Sheikhs in Metzias. Metzias, that there's an Eibishter that has no Metzias. There's no tzir, no absolute. Not a pshat, he has a tzir, which I can't understand. He has no tzir. The Eibishter has no tzir. The Eibishter was and will be. All Metzias of tzir has only happened after the Eibishter. But the Eibishter himself has no tzir. I can't take it. Seichel can't understand it. Doesn't make sense. But, Emunah can accept it. Emunah can accept that the Eibishter, the way the Eibishter is be'emes, has nothing to do with tzir. There's an Eibishter. There's an Eibishter which transcends our seichel. Nothing to do with our seichel. We don't understand it, but that's the truth. That's the truth of the Eibishter. But the question is, if that truth could permeate our seichel, could I take in my seichel the emes of elikus which goes beyond seichel? L'chut it's a steer b'nei ubei. Seichel could only take Metzias. And beyond Seichel takes beyond Metzias. So if you want me to believe in the Eibishter, I'll believe in the Eibishter. I can believe in the Eibishter beyond Metzias. If you want me to understand, I can understand Metzias. But do you want me to understand beyond Metzias? You stand beyond Metzias and steer b'nei ubei. It's self-contradictory. It's an oxymoron, like they say in the fancy language. Ich rede nicht English. I'm speaking English. That's basically English. Oxymoron is no good. All right, a steer of the obey. You understand better? But so therefore, the other Tainid, they need of Moshe is to megala the emes from Elikus. The way the emes of Elikus is beside the emes from the Neshama, beside the emes of Teira. You're going to start putting Seichel there. Seichel is going to be a steer to the emes of Elikus. Seichel can't take the emes. Seichel can take things according to the Gdorim of Seichel. It can't take things according to emes. The Alter Rebbe said that the emes of Chassidus, the emes of Elikus is so emes that there can't be a place where emes can't be made. And it can be made in Seichel also. And even if it will be made in Seichel, the mile of being made in Seichel is that it's going to become in your Pnimi, not only in your Makif. In other words, you're going to have the Inyan of Chassidus, the way it is beside the other Chassidim. So then Chassidus will be in your Makif, it won't be who you are. If you have Chassidus in the way of Seichel, that's going to become who you are. So they tied it, yeah, it's going to become who you are, but it's not going to be Chassidus anymore. It's going to become you. It's going to become your perspective. The Alter Rebbe Tainid know that Chassidus is a likus, and the likus has no agbolas, and Chassidus is not, a likus is not mugbal to be l'mayla min ha-seichel. A likus could come down in seichel. And now I'm not explaining it well. But Mustafa, what I said, Mustafa, you all know that the Nekudas Hadvarim is that Baal Shem Tov was Megala, the Pnimius of Elikus. And the Alter Rebbe was Megala, that the Pnimis Elikus can be Nimshach in Seichel, that the Pnimis Elikus should become Be'efen Shal Pnimi, should become who you really are. That a Yid with his brain, there was a Yid that was called a Michla Posker. A Michla Posker was a big chassid, a big chassid. In order to explain who a Michla Posker is, there's like a whole story of Rabbi Michla Posker, the way he was with the Rashbatz. The Rashbatz stayed by him. I got some mice on Rabbi Michla Posker. I don't know if now's the time to say the mice. Zog the mice. I say the mice. Everybody knows the mice. Nobody, somebody doesn't know the mice. What did you say? Sigran Ayid is called the Rashbatz. You know.
No.
I'm not rushing. I'm not like mugbal in time, but I don't want to tell stories that everybody knows. All right. Where are we? Sigman Ayid was the Yisrael Michla Posker. What's Bensi Brook? Bensi Brook. I should call Bensi Brook. Call Bensi Brook. Who's Bensi Brook? I know who Bensi Brook is. Where is he? I don't see him. I saw Shalom Aleichem. They're telling you to call Baumgartner. Baumgartner. Levi Baumgartner. Label is a tata. Levi is Zevi. Bensi Brook is Bensi Brook. Very good. The Alter Rebbe said that the emes of Elikus can't be mugbal, that it can't come down into seichel. Now, so what would we talk about over here? We spoke about the machlekes in Alter Rebbe and the Tmil. I'm going to come back. I'm sorry. I don't know exactly. My Gashmistic system is not really working so well. Or is I don't know exactly. It's working too well. I'll be back. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Chassidische Wort. Available for Farbrengen and with a whole price list. Farbrengen, bride and Farbrengen, the price. And it's about this, the price. And it's about 2 things.
We'll see what happens.
Oh, it's a phone number. And references available. Very satisfied
Give me a
customers.
call. I'm telling
Very
you.
satisfied customers.
Discounts too.
The discounts for the first time, for the first 2 times. 30% discount. Good mashka, give me mashka. I lost my mashka. L'chaim, l'chaim. There's water. Water is very important. Although it causes me whatever. Eida Pam. We מדבר גרת wegen Eida Pam, Eida Pam, Eida Pam. Eida Pam. The Alter Rebbe maintained that you have to understand Chassidus. That's all. This is from the Yesodis of the Alter Rebbe. The Baal Shem Tov was Megala Chassidus. Chassidus is a psayin which is higher than. He explained. He said things which were me'ered in the neshama. There was Megala certain aspects of the neshama, which legabe those aspects. There's no milchama. But the Alter Rebbe maintained you have to understand Chassidus. You have to understand Chassidus. I'm not saying this right. I'm not saying this good. I'm drinking more mashke is just going to cause more confusion. Let me try to explain it again. The Alter Rebbe maintained that the Inyanim Amukim of the Baal Shem Tov, of Teres of Baal Shem Tov, should come down into Seichel. You have to understand. The neshama's relationship to Likus is a relationship which transcends Seichel. It's Kilu Neymar. Let me try. Let me give you a moshel. I don't know if this is a good moshel. It's a good moshel. A person wants something. I want something. I want this. I want that. I want A, B, C. Why do I want A? Because of this. Why do I want B? Because of this. Then I want to live. I want to live. Why do you want to live? Why do you want to live? Why is life good? So if a person has to explain what he's going to gain by being alive, is ochim vei. Ochim vei. That a person has to explain. Rabbi Elazar Veistach Maisa, this person was suicidal, and then he went into a hospital. And then he came out of the hospital, and he had a tu'udah that he's normal. And the tu'udah basically meant that he understood that he was supposed to be alive. Then he went on a bus, and he asked the bus driver, why do you want to live? So the bus driver said he doesn't know really. He never thought about dying. He never thought about dying. Why do you want to live? I want to live because I want to live. You're a shaita. You don't understand why you want to live. He understands why he wants to live because he went through therapy. He understands why he wants to live. Mashaike, this shaita bus driver doesn't know why he wants to live. What's Pshat? Pshat is that this shaita bus driver doesn't know why to live is a normal person. He's living because he wants to live. Mashaike, this idiot that which went into a Mishgoimus, and because he was suicidal, and now he understands why he wants to live, he understands. Shidduch Mitzvah is a person wants to live because he wants to live, not because he explained to him. He wants to live because he wants to find out how is he going to know how is he going to know the scores of the Met game if he's going to be dead. Pasha won't know. Agam Nechten bin gesessen mit Moshe Kotlarski, when he was explaining to me that the people with Alzheimer's they never knew that they died. Bekitzer. Anyways, dann geherzt. Es ist nicht geherzt. Nicht ein Herz, das ist nicht ein Herz, das ist nicht ein Das ist ein besonderer Indien. But there's a Matthias where a person is wants to live without a why. Why do you want to live? Not because of a why. And then there's a person that wants to live because he's a why. There's a why. The emes of a likus, a yid has a shaykhus to the emes of a likus. There's no need for a why. There's no need for a why. This is who you are. This is who you are. This is who you are. You say, why? The word why is why are you going to connect to something that's not you? But the fact that you're you don't need a why. Is this clear what I'm saying over here? It's clear. The fact that you are you you don't need a why. You don't need a why to be you. If a person needs a why to explain why he's not going to commit suicide, he's not well. He's not well. A normal person doesn't need a why to not commit suicide, because that's who he is, and his connection to life is an etzmizdik connection. Chassidus, it wants to bring a yid to have an atzmizdik connection to the Eibishter. I don't know how to explain this to you. I don't know how to explain this to you because if I would myself be a chassid like the way it should be, so it would be easier. Chassidus wants to cause a yid to be connected to the Eibishter in the atzmizdik way. That we should be chassidim and we should be yidden, and that should be who we are. That should be our identity. Not aher, ahin, ahin, aher. Chassidus means that your identity should be chassidim. How is your identity yidden? Because your identity is your connection to the Eibishter. And that's who you really are. The Eibishter that gives a place for Welt, it's not going to make you into chassid. You have to connect to the Eibishter which is beyond Welt. And that's because of the Torah which is beyond the Torah's Hanigla. And that'll connect the Neshama which is beyond the Neshama Agluya, beyond the Naran. So when your Chaya Yechida becomes connected to the Eibishter which is beyond the Eibishter, the way he's nizgal to the world, through the Torah which is the Pnimius HaTorah, so that makes you into a chassid. That's what it's about. Do you hear what I'm saying? You don't know what I'm saying. We want chassidus. We want to be like regular people who enjoy life, and we want to be chassidim. We want to be chassidim. That's really what we want to be. That's really what we want to be. We want to be who we want to be, plus being chassidim. We don't really want to become chassidim, becoming really different people. Is this clear? Is clear what I'm saying? Oh yeah, it's clear. It's clear. And really, a chassid means a person that's a different person. It's a beautiful person. It's a great person. It's a great experience. But it's a completely different experience. It's very hard you want to be a chassid. You want to be a chassid. Now that chassid, could he be a chassid if it makes sense to be a chassid? If being a chassid has something to do with seichel. They tainud taking Chassidus, which is the etzem of Elikus, and putting into Seichel is like more further than taking a pill but putting it into a kubah de machta. It's l'gamali be'erech. We're talking about Chassidus, which is connection to Elikus, where a Yid connects to Elikus. And you're talking about Seichel. Seichel is Einyan Anushi. It's a davar mugbal. How could Seichel be mekabel this truth? And on that, the Alter Rebbe tained that the truth of Chassidus is so true. The truth of the Eibush is so true that there's no place that cannot be connected to that truth. That was the argument. I don't think I explained it to you well. I don't feel I explained it too well. I explained it to the best of my ability. That the argument between the Alter Rebbe and the Shar Talmidei HaMagid was how much could the emes of Elikus be nizgal in the world. They tiny can be nizgal away from Makif. And the Alter Rebbe tiny can be nizgal away from Klibi. And that's why the Alter Rebbe wrote to Rabbi Baruch Meshbitzer. Shekarisi, that it happened b'yem shlishi. Shehochmal bekitev. There's Tevel HaShemayim and Tevel HaBriyas. There's Metzias of Elikus, the way it's Nimshach Ba'elam. And it was Ksher Karisi Betilim B'Pasik Podav Shalom Nafsh, which the idea of Shalom means that it's going to come down, there's going to be peace between the Mail and the Mata. That Elikus is going to be Nimshach Ba'elam. Davke, then that's when Yotzasi B'Shalom Yavai Shalom. The Alter Rebbe was trying to bring out the mile of Chassidus Chabad, that Chassidus has to be nimshach be'elam. It has to be nimshach. It can't remain. You can't be a person that's above the world. In other words, Kilu Neymar. Why do I have a problem? Why do I feel that I'm not really explaining things? I don't really feel I'm explaining it. Let me say Agutanik. Let's say Agutanik, maybe we'll explain it better. That's one of Samolik and the Gunim. Oh. The guy also knows mine the Gunim. Yeah, we'll sing a nigga. I know your name. I should know your name, yeah? Number 3. What's your name? We know each other. How? You learn what? You're the one who came like for a few weeks. You daven in Yeshiva. Fall off the cliff. your name? I know you. What's your name? Koran. From where? Right? Chaim. I don't know. Mashke maybe will help. Some of the mashke will help a little bit, but it could be like jump off the cliff. Chaim. Was? Ich will einschlafen werden. Chaim.
Wolberg,
Share with us.
bothering you.
Fathering?
Bothering you.
It's bothering me.
Never mind.
Nachamol. We're talking about what is the chiddush of Chassidus. What's the chiddush of Chassidus? There was before Chassidus, now Chassidus, a Musa called Chassidus. So anyone that learned a little bit about the subject knows the chiddush of Chassidus was to megala pnimis hatera. There's Teira, the Teira Haniglis, and Pnimis HaTeira. The Pnimis HaTeira is megala the pnimius of elikus. Besides the pnimius of elikus, the pnimius of elikus is the elikus which is lemaila from the elikus which is involved in bris elam. There's the Eibishter himself, and that's to be megala ultimately the pnimius haneshama, where the neshama connects to the Eibishter and feels that the Eibishter, his connection to the Eibishter is a connection which he and the Eibishter are one. That's what we're talking about over here. So ultimately, Chassidus is in order to make people somewhat aware of that emiskite, of the connection between the Eibishter and the Yid, which is a connection which is like a what's the word? It's an intrinsic connection. It's a connection which it's beyond. And when you have one thing that's connecting with something else, so the question is, what's the connection? How do they connect? Mashenkin, when you have an intrinsic connection means that be'etzim they're connected. A Yid and the Eibishter are be'etzim connected. A Yid is a shtik Eibishter. A Yid is a shtik Eibishter. Now the Yid came down into a guf, and a guf gashmi, and the guf gashmi is a guf, and it has all kinds of inyanim, and the aspect of the Yid being a shtik Eibishter is not so murgish. And the idea of the Baal Shem Tov is that hargosha, that a Yid is a shtik Eibishter, should be murgish. And Memela, what will come out? Then when you have a Yid, that's a person in Ilm Hazeh. He's a person in Ilm Hazeh. And there's a Eibishter somewhere. And there's a connection between them. Ultimately, there's me. There's an Eibishter, but there's me. I'm coming before the Eibishter. Because before I knew there was Eibishter, I knew there was me. And there's on B'dover Neisiv al me, there's Eibishter. So the Eibishter didn't diminish durchgenommen. Masha'inkin, the Eibishter that's talking about, Chassidus talks about, is the Eibishter that's who you are. And a person connects to that level of Eibishter, so his whole life is a different life. It's a life that there's an Eibishter that sent him down in Shlichus and Elam Hazeh, and Memela, and there's Elam Hazeh. The Elam Hazeh, it's the Shlichus of the Eibishter. But in him is Murgish, the emes that he's connected to the Eibishter. And the Baal Shem Tov was Megala, the ability of a Yid to be able to be a Yid that's able to be such a Yid. And that's the Taich Chassidus Yid. A Chassidus Yid is the Taich a Yid where by him is Meir the emes from the emes Havaya La'elam in his Metzias. That's a Chassidus Yid. And not a Chassidus Yid is a Yid. That his Metzias is me, there's me, and there's I, and I'm here, and I have to do what the Eibishter wants, because there's an Eibishter. I believe there's an Eibishter. And I have to do what the Eibishter wants. But what the Eibishter wants is not a steer to me being me. There's me being me, and there's what the Eibishter wants. And that's the difference. That's the difference. And that there was an argument whether or not, if you're going to put seichel there, is that going to be a stira to being able to relate to the truth? That's the story. That's the story. I don't know if I'm saying the story is good, not good, maybe I should say better. But that's the story. That's k'chol ha'dvarim ha'elu, k'chol ha'chizoyin hazeh. We have to think about our lives over here as Yidden that are living on planet Earth in Tov Shin Pei Gimel. Tov Shin Pei Gimel. 2022. Where there's Elam Hazeh, and there's Elam Hazeh, and there's Elam Hazeh. There's very strong Elam Hazeh. There's very strong Metzias of Elam Hazeh. Very, very strong Metzias of Elam Hazeh. Von alle B'chinas. And then this Chassidus, this Torah, this Eibishter, this Rebbe, and alle gute Sachen. The question is Nachamal. The question, we go back to the same question. Am I a regular person? Normal, a normal person that needs. No, a normal person has his. How would I describe a normal person? A normal. What's machst du? I didn't mean when I looked at you, I said a normal person. I didn't mean you. No, the faith is not. But a regular grub. A outside grub. Oh, how good. A regular person. He's going to learn Chassidus. He's going to daven. He's going to Farbrengen. He's going to this Kislev und drink Mashke. Aber be'etzem mitziuse is a regular person. He's a regular person. And then you have a person that somewhere or another clicked, and the emes from the Eibishter was made by him. And that's what Chassidus is. Chassidus is that you know that there's an emes and you want it to click in you. I'm not saying it clicked. It didn't click. I remember once we were Farbrengen about it, I remember seeing a sign. If you don't hear the click, means you're not really belted in. You have to put on your seatbelt, but unless you hear the click, you're not really belted in. You have to hear the click. You can put it in, it's garnished. It's garnished, you have to hear the click. You can sit by Farbrengen, you can learn Chassidus. You have to hear the click. What's the hear the click? The hear the click is that, I don't know how you hear it. You don't hear it. You become always hearing. That the Eibishter is the einzige Metzias. Chutz von dem Eibishter kein Sach nicht voran. And that emes should be made by us. And the Alter Rebbe was mechadish that emes can be made even in Sechel. But if we forget about the emes that the Eibishter was, that the Alter Rebbe was megala, so that's Bechlal nothing to talk about. I'm sorry, I don't know why I have to keep walking out. I mean, I don't know exactly what's going on there. You can say a nigga. Oh.
They say you were clicking with the crowd. You were clicking.
How do you decide the condition?
Huh?
How do you decide the condition? Like you, for sure.
I was beside there.
You sure read the Ksuba at least 100 times. Like sure.
I didn't know why die. I didn't know why die. Why die. I didn't know why die. I die. Why die. I didn't know why die. I didn't know why die. Why I didn't know why. Why die? Why Yeah, why? Ah, why? I don't know why die. Yeah, I didn't know why die. Why die? I didn't know why. Yeah, I don't know why die. Why? How's the Seder? So what are you doing here? Where's your slippers? You came from now? You came for tonight to be here?
I heard beautiful things. I came.
That's above myself. Rabbi said like this. Rabbi said like this. There's a story, Azoi. And it's not everything is a story, but not a story. There's a Yid that's called Ramotel Dubinsky. Ramotel Dubinsky. He's a Yid that lives in Flatbush. He's in camp every year in Gan Yisrael, he's in camp. He was together, he was a Rabbi. Rabbi learned to it together with him. I remember Rabbi when he would come to Achikala, the first thing you had to go visit Motel Dubinsky, his old friend. Him and Motel Dubinsky are very different worlds. It's not like completely different worlds. Motel Dubinsky. I find he is so sein gesunden stark. Bam soll sein gesunden. He's a Yid that learns Daf Yomi. I think he's a share in Daf Yomi. And just give you an example of the Gemara Etzel though. Is a call upon him. Rabbi that sailed. And I want to say the story. There's no story, there's no tifkar over here. But it gives you a reality of what's life. Motel Dubinsky was once, as a bacher, he was walking by the street. and he was walking near that where Zalmesha lived. Zalmesha lived. I don't know. Zalmesha lived apparently on the same street as the yeshiva over there. I don't know exactly. The kids. I was there in Tel Aviv once. Someone showing. No. The kids. The Kitzer, Motel Levinsky was walking by a house. It was Zalmesha's house. I think we're across the street. And all of a sudden, Zalmesha comes out. Motel Levinsky was a Yid, a Bacher of 60 years old, a Chves about. Zalmesha was Chanel to read. And he calls him, Motel come. No, Motel Levinsky, Zalmesha is calling him, he came. And he says, Midaf Farbrengen. Zalmesha geht Farbrengen with Motel Levinsky. You understand what's happening over here? Zalmesha and Motel Levinsky. And so he says, he took out 2 kelishkes. And he said, du tust doch nicht trinken Maschke. Bist doch ein junger Bacher. So I'll drink for you. Du sagen, L'chaim, und ich will trinken. Okay. So Zalmesha poured both kelishkes. He said L'chaim. Then Motel Levinsky said L'chaim, and he drank. Zalmesha drank. Then Zalmesha started speaking. Zalmesha said, Herr sich zu. Der Eberster ist der einzige Veranigkeit. Und gut von dem Ebersten keine Sache nicht voran. Du hörst. Der Eberster ist der einzige Veranigkeit. Und gut von dem Ebersten keine Sache nicht voran. Du hörst. And this went on once, twice, 3 times, 10 times, 20 times, 30 times, 50 times, 80 times. Rabbi didn't know how many times. It went on many, many, many times. Wie steht in Alten Rebbe, in Shulchan Aruch, in Hilchos Damitera, Tzarech Lazer, Pomim, Rabbis, Be'ed, I think it says. When you get learning Torah and being Chazer. Chazer le'me'ed, they went on many times. Until finally Zalmesha said, all right, Ha'itwadut nigmara, the Farbrengen is geendigt, and das ist das. So, Motel Levinsky went back on his way, wherever he was going, to learn Daf Yomi, and Zalmesha went L'darke, wherever he went. Zalmesha remained where he home. What's the Pshat? Pshat was sitting here at his Kislev at night. Okay, I don't really have I don't know. I'd like to inspire everybody. I should see that everyone looks inspired. But I don't really see it. But it's nothing gay. I don't see it. It's nothing gay. The gay is, what's the inspiration? Inspiration is, I should do Eibishter. And the Eibishter is Hu Levadi, Hu Vein Zelosi. There's the Demis. And that's the truth of Elikus that we have to accept, relate to as a chassid. And that has to be translated into our lives as being Yidden, that we margish that the emes is Eibishter. And everything else about our lives is only secondary. The Alter Rebbe wanted that not only our lives should be secondary, that our lives should be illuminated by Elikus. In other words, that somewhere or another, the emes of Elikus that we understand in our brains should actually illuminate our lives, that we should be Yidden, that b'teich ma'aseinu b'peil mamish we should be margish Elikus. And that's something which the Alter Rebbe initiated, and Alter Rebbe fought for, so to speak, and Alter Rebbe went to prison for it, and that was the whole meiser because of this inyan of being mamshech alikus into seichel enushi. And we're sitting here, Yusuf Kislev, and we have basic struggles in our life. We have basic struggles in life. Our lives are not only struggles about tifin yonder, we have basic struggles in our life. And in order to deal with our basic struggles in our life, if we would relate to Chassidus, and Chassidus would become really who we are, so obviously those basic struggles would also be there. And the question is, how are we going to fight with our basic struggles? So we're here tonight, Yusuf Kislev. Yusuf Kislev says we have a possibility to become chassidim. We can become chassidim. All of us here, everybody, kol echad v'echad befrat, could become a chassid, could become a chassid. What's a chassid? Chassid is a yid which by him is made the emes from the likus. That's what a chassid is. And that emes from the likus permeates his life, comes into his life. That this is really who he is. That's who really his identity is. And that'll cause that he'll have a chassidish house. If he'll be a chassid, his house will be chassidish. If he's not a chassid, he acts like a chassid. He wants to be chassidish. But he himself is not a chassid. It doesn't work. Even if it's clear what's Mendel, you understand what I'm talking about? So you can become a chassid. That's the plan. That's the plan of action. That's a good thing. I don't feel huh?
Just do. Where the cars close the shops? You like the agriculture taco?
So what?
Taco, by the way.
Now you woke up.
Ayida. Mendel. I'm happy to see you like 11 o'clock at night. 1 o'clock at night. You're here. That's good sign. It's a sign that the Kislev touches everybody. Even men. Mendel. That's Max too. You learn stated. You're learning something. You learn. How do you make money? You go to a shir?
Randall.
L'chaim. Yes. The mice is I'm not 100% sure. I'm not. I'm talking about now in Indian. What are you supposed to speak about? Yesh lodun. You have to speak about in Yonim Shel Peil Mamish. Yonim Shel Peil Mamish. So I was listening to the drushes that there was this and this people amount to learn Gemara. There was this and this and hours. I don't relate to this. But on the other hand, maybe that's how you're supposed to speak. You're supposed to speak about the milah of doing things that are small things. Small things. We're speaking about now over here about being a person madrega, that there's no metzias, so not the Eibishter. All right, that's a good metzia. That's a good ma'isa. But the pale a yid that doesn't feel he's not ready for that metzias. There's an interesting thing that the Rebbe talks about. There's a maimer, part of the Shalom Chav Beis. Part of the Shalom Chav Beis. There's a common mamor in part of the Shalom. There's part of the Shalom Chav Beis, there's part of the Shalom Chavav, which is maybe the most famous maimer. And there's Lamed Tes, and there's Memalev, there's different part of the Shaloms. Each part of the Shalom has its inyan. Not everyone, a lot of things are the same, but a lot of things are different. So the part of the Shalom of Chav Beis, the Rebbe has a kasha. I'll tell you the kasha. The kasha is that it says part of the Shalom nafshi mikrovli kivrab mo yimodi. So kivrab mo yimodi is the taich that there was the gili of Yechidish Menefesh. I'll call it not the Geharzo. But he brings from the Rabbeim that the taich of Kibbutz Moyimodi means that there was the gili of Yechidish Menefesh. So the Rebbe asks, once there was the gili of Yechidish Menefesh, l'chora there's no fight. The whole fight is before the gili Yechid. Once there's the gili Yechid, there's no fight. So if there was the gili Yechid, so why do we need a pod of Shalom Nafshi? It says pod of Shalom Nafshi, kiva Rab Moyi Modi. So if the touch of Rab Moyi Modi means that there was the Gili Yechidish B'Nefesh, Yechidish B'Nefesh is Yechid L'Yachda, the Eibush himself. That's the kasha. That's the kasha that Rabbi asks in the Maimer. There's arichos advarim in the Maimer. One of the kudus of the Maimer is there's a tifa word that there's a metzias of gili yechidish b'nefesh. There's a gili yechidish b'nefesh kipshutei. When mitzad the gili yechidish b'nefesh, there's no mokum l'klipa, and that's maybe chasidim or rishenim. Then there's a musig of gili yechidish b'nefesh, where a person has a struggle, he has a Yitzhahara, and obviously if there would be a real Gil Yechidish B'Nefesh, there would be no struggle, no Yitzhahara. Elamai, what's Pshat Gil Yechidish B'Nefesh? He reminds himself in this Zgala that he has a Yechidish B'Nefesh, and that Yechidish B'Nefesh is able to be overcome all obstacles in Avodas Hashem. And that's how the Rebbe teaches. The Rebbe teaches as a pod of Shalom Nafshi, Kiv Rab Moyi Modi. Rab Moyi Modi means there was a Gili of Chidish B'Nefesh. But it doesn't mean there was a Gili of Chidish B'Nefesh Kipshutei. That Kipshutei, the Chidish B'Nefesh was Nizgala. Because if the Chidish B'Nefesh was Nizgala, you don't need a poda.
The pshat is that you reminded yourself that there's a Yechidah Nefesh. You have a person that's living life, and he has a struggle. He has a struggle in Avodas Hashem. All kinds of different struggles. Let me get over it. The Pratya struggle. There's a struggle. And he has to remind himself that there's a Yechidah Nefesh. And that Yechidah Nefesh is willing to give up his life for the Eibishter. That's what it says in Perek Ches Tanya. That this Yechidah Nefesh is willing to give up his life to the Eibishter. And that Yechidah Nefesh, which he does, is not made by him. He only knows about it. Ki berab hoyi imodi, that's going to cause the Podah V'Shalom Nafshi. That's, I think, a Chiddush of the Rebbe. It's a Chiddush of the Rebbe in the Maimer of Podah V'Shalom Chav Beis. That there can be a Metzias of a person, which is our people, which is who the people we are. This is the people we know who we are. We're people that are struggling. We have struggles. We have Yetzer Hara, and sometimes Yetzer Hara misgaber on us. And on the other hand, we want to be Chassidim. We want to go to the Rebbe. I mean, we have a lot of contradictions in our lives. And a Yid has Bekeach. A Yid has Bekeach. That's part of this is Kislev. A Yid has Bekeach to commit himself to the Eibishter and to become the Eibishter Zayid. There's a Metzias of being the Rebbe Zayid, and there's the being the Eibishter Zayid, which is a Hainu Hach. There was the Rebbe's Mensch. There was the Rebbe Zayid. There's a Metzias, I'm the Rebbe's person. Wherever it is, I'm the Rebbe's person. I'm the Eibishter's person. I told you, I told you. There's a story, Azoy. There was maybe who is it? Shmuel Klein is still here. I think he fixed me who it is. Sigmera Shadar. When their Shadar was in Moscow, then he came back to Lubavitch. What was his name? Who? Me? What did you get? What did you say? No, come on. Aleph, Idel. Idel Bang. That was his name. Idel Bang. He was the Shadar. Idel Bang. And he was Idel Bang. Yeah, that's the same name you told me last time.
Moshe, use a different name. We'll get the gist of the story.
Al Kopan, there was a Chosid, that he was a Shadar. And he says his name was Idel Bang. I don't even have a recollection of such a name. That was the name? Idel Bang? Is that what you told me last time? Yeah? Okay. I'll call upon him. He was in Lubavitch. He came to Lubavitch. And he came to Moscow. The Rebbe asked him, was tut sich in Moscow? Was tut sich in Moscow? Like he looked at the Rebbe, what do I know what's tut sich in Moscow? This was tut sich in Moscow. I was by Baruch Shalom Khan, which is Rabbi Zayda, Father Khan's father. And he was by who else? No? Zalman Perska. Oh, Zalman Perska. Oh. That I remember. This name I remember. Zalman Perska. I was by Baruch Shalom, by Zalman Perska. Yeah? Oh. But at the Rebbe Hashem gesagt, was in Moscow? Moscow is Baruch Shalom, Zalman Perska. So by the Rebbe Hashem, when he thought about Moscow, he thought about Zalman Perska and Baruch Shalom. When the Rebbe Hashem thinks about Crown Heights, the Rebbe thinks about Crown Heights. Wegen seine Eden in Crown Heights, seine Eden in Crown Heights, seine Eden in whoever it is. Idam Musi was sein dem Rebbe Zayid. So now Musik will sein dem Reb Zaid. The Reb Zaid, the teaches, and the Reb Zaid Mensch, that the Rebbe comes before everything. I remember the Rebbe once teaching the word Eberster. Eberster, the teach, was muss noch nicht sagen, ist Hecher. That's teach Eberster. A Rebbe, der teach, was muss noch nicht reden, ist Hecher. Was heißt Hecher? Hecher von mein Seichel, Hecher von mein Midas, Hecher von meine Resedes, Hecher von... Hecher, Hecher. Und a Chosset, der teach, verbindet sich mit Nebersten, verbindet sich mit dem Rebbe. Yeah. Sounds good to talk is talk good. But I don't know if it's good, it's not good. I'll be back here in a minute. I don't know exactly. Elam Hazar.
Getting older.
Huh?
Getting older.
Yeah, could be. You think that's what it is? Maybe. It wasn't the same last time. It wasn't the same last time. You don't remember.
Huh?
It wasn't the same last time I had How what? The same.
Ben's talking to me. Ben's talking to me. Every wire needs a home run. Yeah. It is you have control with the way you run. Now, yeah, you got to say in each room, but at 8-month-old, play a volume of 2. At 4-year-old, play a volume of 4. And he's himself playing a volume of 6. If they're all on the same run, they have no control of separation. Cameras, intercom, access control, one. Alarm, instrument. Spicy. It's not good for us. Now what happens? Give me a jar of pickles and pickle juice, then I'll drink it even. That's another tremendous. The home run of all this stuff is a dedicated outlet. It's not tied into no refrigerator, no oven, no computer room, no nothing. Dedicated outlet. It's controlled just for this. Literally, it's the 20 amp breaker. It's a specific outlet. Nothing else is involved. You don't want nobody by mistake plugging in something in the meter and by mistake it's a line. And there goes your whole control system.
That's it. Yeah. Okay, so I guess anything that you success part is. Yeah, sure.
No voltage, no.
Any reason to have it?
Brother Shmuel's wife brought me
Yeah, actually,
I called today. I got too busy. I forgot.
here's the problem.
Carlos.
I had today pasta. Went home. Not after yesterday. Yes, I went home and had pasta. I ordered Tabasco sauce on it. I was like, never had it before. I'm eating so many sunflowers. My tongue is cracked open. Spicy. Every device that you want to put somewhere, they have a wire. Let me ask you, you have the walls open now. Do you want to, after you close the wall, start putting a bunch of adapters and you have to start running more wires after it's closed? No, right? If you technically this is what you could do.
Oh, yeah, da, yeah, da, yeah, da, 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 yeah, da, why, yeah, da, da, why, why, yeah, da, yeah, da, yeah, da, da. Who's the Minagi over here?
Hey, yeah.
That's the main thing. L'chaim. Chaim. It's funny, like 1 second to a second, like 1 second, I had a whole Josh. Next second, I don't have anything to say. Every, Chaim. Maisa is the Maisa is it would be very different. Now sagen a drosche, so either the drosche goes or the drosche doesn't go. You have to be what you have to be. So either you are or you aren't. That's the way it works, yeah? I don't know how to explain it like this. I want to say something very simple. Only simple things. So this Kislev, mit Farbrengen. Da sitzen wir Farbrengen. We discussed that Yitzhak Kislev is not pshat. That Yitzhak Kislev should be something which, besides who we are, there's Yitzhak Kislev. But Yitzhak Kislev is something which we identify with. That's who we really are. That's what Yitzhak Kislev is. The pale, we have Farbrengen Yitzhak Kislev. The Farbrengen Yitzhak Kislev should also be a Farbrengen which should bring out that you should understand what your emes Metzias is. That's really what Farbrengen is. We'll sit here and talk and say this and say that. It's not going to really, a word, it would, okay. Let me say L'chaim. You're not with me. I'm not with me. I'm not with me, so you should be with me.
Let's start identifying with ourselves.
We're sitting here. It's very nice, very catered meal. The Elam, it's like I'm all a good sight to sit down. There would be a posh tikla herring, ulai ksat ugerkes. Be a Farbrengen. The Yidden that came, they want to Farbrengen a little bit. Heint, you have the whole Farbrengen. It's different. A catered meal, a Vorspeis, and a Doskens, and a Jenskens. Things very, very nice. The shaila is, in this environment, in this where we are, could you also be a chassid? Or you have to be a chassid only in the Amalek environment. Could you be a chassid now? Could you be a chassid? There's a person that comes home, and liegt the hu soll sein Punkt azay akkurat, exactly. He's not a chassid. You can be a chassid. You can be a chassid for liegt in Elam Hazeh. Does that work together? You can be a chassid that's a chassid, and he's a chassid was likt nilam hazeh. Doesn't work. But the question is, can you be a chassid and have a shaykh nilam hazeh? To sit by Farbrengen, L'chura, just like the Alter Rebbe said, the Chassidus, the Afduchlam is Seichel, the Chassidus Duchlam Real Mazah. There has to be a person that despite the, in other words, let me explain to you, let me explain something. I don't know, I don't really feel I'm communicating properly. I want to say something stupid. You're going to laugh at me. You have to brush your teeth every day. You should brush your teeth every day. It's very important. It's very, very important. We're not going to get involved in the... It's important. It's important to brush your teeth every day. Do you have to be a chassid to brush your teeth every day? No, you have to be a chassid. Any normal person brushes his teeth every day. But when a chassid brushes his teeth every day, is he brushing his teeth as a chassid? Or is he brushing his teeth as a regular person? Whereas despite the fact that he's a chassid, he's a regular person. And beside the regular person should be, that's why he's brushing his teeth. Or no, once he became a chassid, he's no longer a regular person. Maybe when he brushes his teeth, he has to brush his teeth as a chassid. You hear my chkira? It's not a chkira.
It's clear as day.
It's clear. What's the clear? That when you become a chassid, you become a chassid. And when you become a chassid, there's nothing else left to you other than the chassid. If there's nothing else left to you than the chassid, so the guy that was brushing his teeth is no longer left anything of him. So why are you brushing your teeth? The answer is, I'm brushing my teeth because I'm a chassid. I'm not brushing my teeth because I was a regular guy. So no, it's like this. Sunday, I was a regular guy. And Sunday, when I was a regular guy, I brushed my teeth. Monday, I became a chassid. So if you'll tell me that I became a chassid, but they say I'm being a regular guy, so then you'll say that I'm still brushing my teeth because I'm a regular guy, and the fact that I'm a chassid caused me to go to the mikveh. I don't know why. But if you learn that the pshat is that I become a chassid, changes I'm being a regular guy, so maybe that's the kasha if you didn't become a regular guy, so why are you still brushing your teeth? The answer is, now I'm brushing my teeth because I'm a chassid. Because a chassid also was brush his teeth. So you can brush your teeth as a chassid, you can brush your teeth not as a chassid. Klar din yonum. Eisi dover, kol advar meil chach yizoyin hazeh, is bechlal life. There is a regular guy, he's got married, he's not a chassid. Maybe he learned some 70, maybe I don't know what. He wears a big gartel. He wears a Zaydner gartel with 18 chvesvos. But he's not a chassid. He's not a chassid. What's that he's not a chassid? He's an Elam Hazen, he can bench. That likes Elam Hazen, v'chulu, and that's how he's getting married. Elam Hazen, but why? He's not going to, Elam Hazen, a person that's get married, he's going to have a picture of the Rebbe in his house. He's going to have a picture of the Rebbe in his house. Why is he going to have a picture? Because the Rebbe. And he may have other things. But these are all additional to his life. These are all additional to his life. Then you have a chassid that he got married. I think Baruch Shem Tov. So you have to get married that there should be another wall in Elam Hazeh you hang the picture of the Rebbe on. Yeah, there's be another wall. If you don't get married, so there's no apartment in which there's going to be a hanging picture of the Rebbe. But you get married, it's a very, very radical word. But it's a different word. The word is that there's a chassid, that's the Rebbe's a mensch. The Meibish is a Yid. That's a chassid. This chassid brushes his teeth, and this misnayed brushes his teeth, and this other guy that's not a chassid brushes his teeth. It's not the same brushing of the teeth. He brushes his teeth because he brushes his teeth, because that's what it says. You're supposed to brush your teeth. He brushed your teeth because Al Chassidus you also brush your teeth. It's a different brushing your teeth. Al derech zeh, you can be a chassid, be a yid that deals with your children. You have to deal with your wife. All kinds of issues. You can't assume that your wife held by chudi law. You could have to assume that your wife is by chudi Torah, maybe not even chudi Torah. Mainly, you have to deal with her. You have to be kind to her. You have to be nice to her. You have to deal with her. Right now is not the time to talk about that. Maybe it is time to talk about it. I'm not sure what time. But there's such a concept. But on the other hand, you have to understand that is the reason why you're doing it because that's regular. That's regular. It's expected. But the reason why you're doing it is because you're a chassid. And a chassid does what's right. And part of what's right is to brush your teeth and to be nice to your wife. I'm not hacking shiny. I'm not really telling you hacking shiny. But I don't really can't see that anybody's really understanding what I'm talking about. You understand what I'm talking about? Let's think of a good nigga. Let's think of a good nigga there. Let's get out of this rut. No, episode. Ay, 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 we sang this thing. No, I meant another name. No, that's also not that nigga either.
Was sagst du? Dwekus, Gagoyim? Was sagst du?
Freedom.
Huh?
Freedom.
Freedom. Jordan Peterson talks about it. Jordan Peterson. He sent me a few books. They all hear me about it. Moshe, you can be Miss Masha today.
I think I said everything I have to say. Maybe I should have feel better.
You send your message to the world.
That's my message.
What's your message to the world? You started saying, you got distracted. You started talking about the base. You started saying that even someone's not going to be a city law. This is going to be a concept. You could be even somebody that's stuck in whatever. You can also graduate and a fussy. We're here,
That was I said before.
What?
Now I didn't say it.
What? Now you did. You went back. You forgot.
Kannst du machen? Mendel. Hat einen guten Kopf. Mendel. What do you do? You're confused, where are you? Let's start with Let's start from the beginning. Ya yeza, ya yeza wa. Ah yeza.
Naftali? Where's Naftali? Yeah, that's fine. Go give her out. Ellie, I forgot your name. Forgot your name. 1 second. What's your name? Ellie Sample. You know your brother joined the ship cities for a while. 6:30. Ah? Yeah. Alright. Alright. How much did you do? That's about enough to do. And the kids jumping in the head for 15 minutes, and then 5 minutes of learning, whatever. It's good. Inspired. You need to be inspired from hours, not from minutes. Like it's something you're saying. Why do you have a nasty talk to him? You're just a schneck, he's a fucker. You're barely learning. You're supposed to be steiging. Who else is there? Show me the crowd. Here, Farbrengen with him. Why are you calling him? I was just asking you. He's justified to Farbrengen with him. He's bothering you. Ah. How you doing? Nice Farbrengen. Nice stuff. Stunning. There. No, he left right away. No, I asked him to take pictures. I need pictures. I want to see you. I'm not interested in your money. Not interested in $25. I'm not interested in $25. I want to see you. You give me $100, $200, $26, stay home. I want to see you. Fine. There's no rebels back and forth? You cheat. You're cheating my brother-in-law. You're cheating my brother-in-law.
Everything's so quiet in this room.
Yeah, I gotta go by.
Joga pra essa porra, vai. É você,
Marosa maybe wants to talk.
Brasil.
Menlo. Williamsburg.
Wow, I'm out of Ramsden. Yeah, you guys are out of Ramsden?
Why not?
Why not? Why not? It's an egg salad. What is this? Egg salad. Simple egg salad. My head's not. So, only we should have
Huh?
We should have
Shabbos.
It's the plan. Yeah. What did I decide not to go to sell back?
Hanukkah.
That's
After.
so
Yeah.
have these few days.
Yeah.
I'll go to Jacob's. Ich halte nergens nicht. Weil wir sind wahrscheinlich halb. Vorstellungskraft.
I read your article from the hair and I thought you started crying. You wrote an
Lass mal machen ein Stückel Sikum. Let's make a Stückel Sikum. Stückel Sikum is a Chassidus expects very, very tiefe Sachen from us. It's a Chassidus month. Chassidus doesn't month. You should give the Rebbe a donation. You should give Chassidus a donation. So speaking of how many hours, zwischen 20 younger light, the Rebbe got hours from learning. That's what Chassidus about. Chassidus about, I remember like this, there was in Tovshin Mem, the Rebbe Farbrengen, it was Farbrengen in Simchas Torah, and the Rebbe spoke about a ribu in tzedakah, giving a ribu in tzedakah. And he spoke about, no matter if you give a ribu in tzedakah, it'll be b'chinas Chavishas lepari v'arba yodis yolechem. And whatever you give, it'll be arba yodis yolechem. Never spoke very strongly about a ribu in tzedakah. Okay. There were people that came out of Farbrengen, and they gave much more tzedakah than they would ever give. Shalei lefi arkom. Because you have people that mortgaged their house for $250,000 to give the Rebbe. And they became Balichevis on that $250,000. There was like, but obviously there were people that weren't. So Zalman Gerari, then the Pchesus, Mishmil Reichik, went around to the people in Crown Heights. Come on, the Rebbe needs money. The Rebbe spoke about money. The Rebbe needs money. You have to give the Rebbe money. And the pale people responded and they gave the Rebbe money. The Rebbe found out about this. And the Rebbe by Farbrengen, next Farbrengen spoke about it. The people, a lot of the people that gave money later, the Rebbe sent it back. The Rebbe said, Sitzigret Simchas Torah, as a special Seder Simchas Torah, so he wanted that should be b'chinas tenli hanefesh. But Rechush Kach Loch, it wasn't about money. It was about tenli hanefesh. That you should give yourself to the Eibishter. The mail, you give you money. But now you give you money. If you don't give yourself, I don't need your money. That was the pshat. If you don't give yourself, when I need your money. That was the word. There's a word that was stated that tell li nefesh. A yid is supposed to become a chassid. So obviously, you're not going to be a chassid. Lefachas, you should do things up chassidus. You should learn Torah. You should, but you should realize that that's a bimkeim ahinyanim. A yid is supposed, you have to become a chassid. How do you become a chassid? How do you become a chassid? You have to realize that being a chassid is the most powerful thing that could be in your life. Being a chassid, being someone that's the Rebbe is a mensch, and the Eivish is a mensch. That's a chassid. And if that comes somewhere or another, infiltrates into our real life, I'm saying a drasha. So a drasha hin. A drasha is not going to work. You have to have a person that should realize that the emes is the Eibishter. And achuz the Eibishter, there's no other emes. And that emes has to become my emes of my life, where I live with my wife, my children, and my life, and everything else about me. Somehow or another should be infiltrated with that emes. That emes should, I don't know of the word transcend, fakir, that should infiltrate. I don't know, I feel very chvesish pupus. The Chaim. Chaim.
Gaat niet een zang hebben.
Huh?
We willen zingen something, kan je zo vol.
What was it saying? It's not working. I'm not working.
Verder dan we gaan bestellen.
Oh? Hey, what kind of help work?
Moisture, 3 more hours or so.
What did you say?
3, 4 hours.
Another 3-4 hours?
3 hours. 5:30 we should stop. I mean, it's all late.
I have another appointment at 3:30.
JLI?
Farbrengen for, I don't know where. There's a lot of people there saying you don't know.
I have them.
Huh?
No, most of them.
You don't know most
Graag
of them.
zeggen wel.
The core is the people you know. So what happened? You have a shul somewhere. Where you have a shul? Aguda. Aguda is your shul.
Basement door binnen.
Aguda still has their own meaning. Aguda still has their own meaning.
Dying.
The basement of Aguda. You pay rent.
Huh?
Pay rent for it. Is it like a rent for it? You pay rent for it. How often are you down there? Every day?
Shabbos.
So when do you live season?
Shit, 6:30 a.m.
Where?
In the show.
Aguda. They have a meeting every day, Aguda?
Laven upstairs for Shabbos. Huh?
Livingston.
We have a shiksidis. We walk upstairs to Laven Shabbos.
Shabbos, you'd have your own meeting.
Yeah.
If you use the same place, always.
Huh?
Why am I so late? Is any message said over there?
Het looks like Janne zelf verbrengen. Mensen komen. Ja, maar ik verbreng a lot there, maar Janne.
This place we had a very good Farbrengen in Miami, so very good Farbrengen.
In Yerushalayim, where'd you go?
Very good Farbrengen. Like a few hours. We also were a few hours.
Ja, zeer smakelijk.
Huh? Say that. I don't feel I could
I think
like.
the members are naked. Well,
Well,
seeing the members are thinking, Brahms Khan, it's Kislev and well. Guys, I think Africa tough is on the base. Yeah, it's interesting. The Rebbe Shab Africa picked that year. Oh, it wasn't about it. The Pimmel the Gazach, by the way.
Yeah. Very not understandable that the Rebbe didn't see the Rebbe Hashem.
The Friedrich at one time said that Shah was nichts in den Taten.
You said it?
The Friedrich Rebbe said at Farbrengen. Turned to the Rebbe. The Shah that the Tat hat nicht gesehen. The Tat hat ihn nicht gesehen. Or I think that was lost. It seems I'm a Duchman writes that in one of the books. That Derech Vida, Hashem. Yes. There's something there.
And now the Rebbe shouldn't see the Baal Shem Tov.
No, he writes there why the Rebbe's Tata never brought him there. He was the biggest chassid in the Rebbe.
How often did the Levi come to the Rebbe?
Every Tishrei.
Yeah.
The Rebbe Shab said that two chassidim will fear his Mashiach, him and Mendel Chaim or something. No? But not Chaim, Mendel Chaim. Whoever Chaim Brisker wanted at the name, who was it? Mendel Chaim, no? You think, no? You're going to go not there.
Yes, okay.
Kent de meester van Chaim Oizer, Imar Besimcha Besimcha. Begin je het Kislev. Kent je de meester? Het is een akadama wat een kopse meijer. Super was de meesters. Want de Chaim Oizer of want de Chaim Brisker. Chaim Brisker de meester bij zij komt zo. Begin Tamidem have Tainus. Steht in de Mishnah Arbara schon. Chassidim komt. Bij zij komt zo, bij ons werd het weniger. Moshe, what's up? Keep a Moshe. Yakim Moshe. darf kein Mischen sein.
Lele, the thing was gone as we go all night. They were shot. So don't
But also,
taxi, whatever. He's on the way here. Why is he on the way here? I was joking. I was kidding away. I was more harassing you than him.
Wolberg. Verkaufen. Weißt du, Mensch? Moshe will have noch a sit
Where you going? Kalk schmutzig. Kalk schmutzig.
Ach, je Moshe, je geleid hat ein Zweikes Amuna. Verbring mit sich.
Was ist geschehen?
Sie, du glaubst nicht den ganzen.
Sag etwas ein Wort. Sag etwas. You speak all the time, no? Sag was du Heinmann hat Zigaretten, jetzt ist Kislev. Sag etwas. Gib mal schon. I'm still there. I'm also from the people I want to impress. I'm also from the people I want to impress.
Etwas gedenken von Yeshiva Yoren. Sie können Kasche in meinem Ding. Where?
Chaim.
Why don't you bring some?
Aha, sagst du wegen der Kasche. Not functional anymore. So. The shaila is, there's like an issue. On one hand, Chassidus meint sehr große Sachen. Chassidus meint, aber seine Chassid. Seine Chassid is very far from who we are. But on the other hand, Chassidus says, at the sto a stickel tnur zum Eibischen. A stickel emes tnur zum Eibischen. A stickel. It doesn't have to be the Gamri. You're not a chassid, you're not a real chassid until it's the Gamri. It depends on what we're talking about. Menet and Gavra, Menet and Chefza. Oh. A chassid, to be a chassid, you bottle till the kuz, that's a chassid. But Avedis Achsidis is not you being bottled till the kuz. You're being mevatel yourself. You're accepting the Eibishter as being your Eibishter. And and that's what Chassidus is. Chassidus is that Chassidus comes into the world and brings a new light into your life. It's not like you learn about Chassidus. You can't learn about Chassidus. Chassidus is something you have to experience. To know what it's about, you have to experience it. And to experience it, you have to really be willing to become a chassid. You know, someone, are you interested? That's the Ufta of Chassidus is. There should be like 10 kanim, and those 10 kanim should be zgala the emes of the kus lamata. how a likus could take Eibishter. Not the B'chinas Mamayla Lamata. What did you say? Nifsaka Amayon. Seen that? Who's on the all right, it's good for you. L'chaim. Let's talk about. We don't really have time to talk in theoria. Not because life's too short, because it's not going to happen. We're not going to get anywhere. I don't feel I'm going to get anywhere. I don't have any time. I don't have any kech. I don't have any head. Not that I have anything to say. We have to talk about Pil Mamish. Pil Mamish, we're supposed to be Chassidim. We want to become Chassidim. We want to be Chassidim. Chassidim is the tide someone that's a chassid. That's a chassid. A chassid doesn't mean someone says chitas. Someone says Rambam. A chassid says chitas, says Rambam. But if you're not a chassid, you're supposed to say chitas and Rambam. And you have to say chitas and Rambam, you become a chassid. It works both ways. To think that learning Rambam and Chitas is becoming a chassid, is a chassid. But to know that you want to become a chassid, and on the other end you do the things that are right. You know this is what's right. Whatever, what's right as a chassid. There's certain things that are obviously right, but certain things are obviously wrong. Certain things are vague. But when we're talking about the obviously right and the obviously wrong, so we do that because we want to be chassidim. But you're not chassidim by doing that. You have to do that because you're supposed to do it, regardless. What do I want? I think I want something. If we learn a chassid, I would like to become a chassid. Huh? To become a chassid.
Ich sehe nicht keine andere Wege.
Original tickets.
You're into good. This is Yud Lebesningen, yeah?
The Rebbe's
Yud Lebesningen.
Oh, you like the new Rebbe's, yeah? They're very, very depressing, though. They're very, like heart-wrenching. See, that's not for sticking to
This is like the what happened to Mendel left already. Nemelov. Huh? That's Mendel Nemelov. It's from your people.
Moshe. This is more. The Elam is changing. The crowd is like a Yale. The Yale is not everything. You have such an achas, Yossi. So I live in Yale. You told me you like Yale. You told me you like Yale. I'm Yale. Also, Mr. Gore. It is nice. Oh, Glasman is the specials. But also, who should look short? Where is it? Alfredo? Alfredo? Really? Yossi, where's Shlomi? Yossi, where's Shlomi Kaplan?
Where is he?
Mendel's home.
ganze Umfeld. It's your father? Jetzt geht's rum, meine Damen.
I always miss that to do it. Day this. Whenever I think like I can have
Das
it.
ist alles wieder ein Dummer. Also, mag sagt sich, was ich gegen kurz. Meister sei. Sie will zum gehen schlafen. Sagen Sie mit verbracht. You have to, my flight's like it was like 2 o'clock, 1 o'clock.
2 p.m.
Well, I'm not sure PM. What it is. Meister sei. We verbringt. I was jetzt verbringt. The shaila is if we're really interested in having any change in our lives. I think that's the, you say this. In other words, there's Alter Rebbe, and there's Teres Achsidis, and there was the Meisen, and there was the Geula, and then the idea of translating all these things in our lives today. But B'Peil Mamish, that we should become Chassidim. We should become a Yid. That the Eibush is Negea, the Rebbe is Negea, Yiddishkeit is Negea. That doesn't happen through, it doesn't happen like this. You're not going to sit by a Farbrengen, that's going to change. That's going to happen through learning Chassidus and through connecting to Teres Chassidus in a real way, and it should talk to you, and you should listen. You say it once, and you say it twice, and you say it 10 times, and then it can connect. We want instant coffee. Instant coffee. What's instant coffee? Instant coffee. Instant tea, instant dust, instant yes. Instant means we don't have to work at it. We do a few little things and it happens. So that's how we want to be Chassidim. We want to be Chassidim to doing a few little things and it'll happen. But the truth is it doesn't happen. It doesn't happen through a few little things. To be a chassid, you have to become a chassid. To become a chassid, you have to be mismaser lekavana pnimis. That's the first thing of being a chassid. First thing of being a chassid is being mismaser to the kavana el yena. I heard a word lately. I'll tell you 2 things I heard lately. One thing I heard was, what did I just say? Wanted to say that the Es Melech, what did he get by when he came to the Mechav Beis? So he says he was by Shlei Mechayim. By Shlei Mechayim, it's a stark gerät wegen der Linie von Avis Hashem Yiras Hashem. As the Moshe Vayidin so Avis Hashem Yiras Hashem. And the Bachur tried to someone or another get Avis Hashem Yiras Hashem. He came to the Rebbe Chav Gimel, he went to Chidus. He understood a whole new idea that the tachlis that a person was created wasn't that he should have Aviyira. It was in order for him to do what the Eibishter wants him to do. There's the Eibishter that wants him to do something. And there's the whole attitude that there's me, and the question, what am I going to do with me? There's the Eibishter, the Eibishter is the Metzias Hamiti. And the question is, how am I going to relate to the Eibishter? The first relate is that you do what he wants you to do. That's the first thing. And then the second thing is you do also what he wants you to do. And then you... This is where we are right now. not where I am. This Avonis Hadvar. When a person takes, let's just put it this way. When a person moves one iota closer, so the difference between the way he was and the way he is infinitely different. He's going to move between understanding exactly what's the type, that the Eibush is this or the Eibush is that. It's very important. But I think at this point in time, the idea that a person should walk through the streets to Peritania and talk about Peritania, whoever it is Bepel Mamish. I think you have a Chiyuni right now.